No, simply to say, no,
They came with a strategy. Women will be given loans to go buy goats, to go buy cows, and all that, which was a great idea. But because men were left out, what used to happen? Women will come, buy a goat, already mzee ameuza hiyo mbuzi. Then they will go complaining, and when now the body comes now for the repayment, mama alipi, alinunua ng'ombe, mzee akauza ng'ombe. She comes with the money, mzee ameiba, amechukua hiyo pesa. So what happens? The family suffers. So instead of helping this woman, the woman now becomes a problem to the family. To the discussion, then we get success. So that's why we are saying, even if though today we are, it's a women meeting, we need men to hear this. We need men to make a contribution, because if men do not make a contribution, then we will lose it. Something else I would like to say is that faith plays a big role in shaping our narratives. Do you know that? Faith plays a very big role in shaping our narratives. I can tell you the world is ruled by narratives. So whatever you see today, look at the capitalism, look at communism, look at even Cold War, look at everything that has ruled the world. It's a narrative. So what the world is ruled by narratives, and the popular narratives. And we say faith plays a very big role in shaping such narratives. If you are asked today why you are Christian, you can only cite narratives, what was preached to you, what you have read. If I ask you why you are Muslim today, you can cite other people they were meeting here to work on and see, incorporate a different doing it is inclusion. Men and women and the youth together. So our way of inclusion is not that sees men as a problem. Are we together? Because the popular feminism that is practiced out there is where a man is seen as the offender. Women are seeking empowerment by disempowering the man. But that is not what we are here to do. We are here to see how do we incorporate women, their leadership, their ideas, their narratives into the leadership of our institutions, into the leadership of our family. Reasons being, when you look at women, and in this case I say mothers, the influence they have in the family is enormous. Do you know that? Sometimes I say this as a man. If only women know how much men fear them. Not really respect, how much men fear them. This world is very peaceful. Huh? If only women know the power they have over men, I can tell you, you will not believe it. So how do we tap into that power? Because if you look at, I like giving examples from my own family. Like in discussion, Sometimes I find they fear their mother more than me. And they'll
And you
say,
say,
oh,
oh,
you
you
usiambie
say
mama.
be mom,
But they are
but they are
comfortable
comfortable
telling me.
telling you.
Hapana,
Hapana,
it's like
it's like
mom. And so I asked myself, like my son, and many
many
times we
times
look
we
at
look at
extremism as
extremism as
the youth
the youth
getting
getting
extremism
extremism
ideas
ideas
and
and
ideologies.
ideologies.
If we
If
can
we
tap
can tap
into the
into the
power of
power
the
of the
woman,
woman,
we can
we
change
can
this
change this
narrative.
narrative.
So
So
basically, what we
basically
are
what we are
saying,
saying,
we
we
want to
want to
influence
influence
this
this
narrative
narrative
because
because
if
if
we tap
we
into
tap
the
into the
power
power
of
of
the
the
women,
women,
even in
even
our
in our
institutions,
institutions,
in our
in our
churches, in
churches,
our
in our
mosques, in
mosques,
our
in our
temples,
temples,
in our
in our
organizations, in
organizations,
our
in our
families,
families,
then
then
our
our
effort
effort
together
together will
produce
produce
great
great
results.
results.
But
But
if we
if
keep
we keep
the
the
leadership
leadership
purely
purely
men,
men,
then
then
there are
there
some
are some
gains
gains
we will
we
not
will not
benefit from.
benefit from.
I can
I
give
can give
you a
you a
small
small
story
story
about
about
the
the
9
nine
institutions that
institutions
form
that form
ISK.
ISK. I think for the longest time, I've been in ISK for over 10 years. And I can tell you, for my 10 years, I've only seen two board members who are women. Only two. Sujata, eh? Only two. EAK used to have Madam Koni as a Secretary General. Then Sujata. So only two. All the others have been men. Even now are men. And how the board members of how one becomes a board member in ISK is by being a leader, either secretary general or chairperson in their organization. So that tells you we don't have secretary generals or chairpersons in those 9 bodies. Because until you are a leader there, you cannot become a board member. That is how Sujata became a board member of ISK by being the chairperson of Hindu Council. So until you are a leader in your organization, you cannot find your way into the board of ISK. So that tells you that we need to walk this journey together. We need to be able to tap this power of women in the leadership so that we can also benefit as institutions. We can also benefit as families. We can also benefit as a community. So basically, we are here today for that discussion. As Madam Sujata said, Cyprian is here. You guide us in discussing. I think he has been able to speak to some of our institutions. He has been able to look at the documents of our institutions. So you help us on understanding what is happening, what is it currently. And then we'll be able to look at what can we do so that as NCCK, we can tap into the power of the women. As KCCB, how can we tap into the power of women so that we become better? As ILSK, how do we tap into the power of women so that we can become better? Not to do away with men, but to collaborate to get the synergy so that we become better institutions, which will form a better country. So please feel welcome. I know we have, I saw two of our theologians, Reverend Kamau and Sheikh Absa. This, I request you stand up. worked with the theologians from different faiths. So we have the Christian and the Muslim. We have the Hindu theologian. Okay. So we normally have theologians, we can sit down, who help us to understand the theological understanding, to give us a theological understanding of each faith, so that when we speak as people of faith. And when we do our documents, when we do our speeches, when we do our interventions, they capture the faith in the positive, so that we wouldn't wish to give a statement that Muslims will say, that one does not represent us. That one is not in our agreement. So that is why we work with theologians, and they are here. We are honored, and we are grateful. So with that, I would like to welcome you all. But before that, let me give Bwana Bayani a chance. Okay. So Bwana Bayani is a board member also from NAMLEF, National Muslim Leaders Forum. Then Rolex, I will hand over the mic to you. So basically, I welcome you all. Feel welcome, feel appreciated, and we are grateful. Let us learn together, and once we learn, let us take back the learning to our institutions and see how best we can be a better institutions that will form a better country. Thank you.
Let's appreciate the director once again. Let us appreciate all the leadership, the board members of IRSK present, the women of faith, let's appreciate them, the youth, our theologians. I know we'll have a session with the theologians in the afternoon. Everyone else, myself, asanteni sana. So we are a bit, we are running behind of time, behind schedule. I will go through the program so that we can look at what is lined up for the day, and then we'll see. I was in a meeting with my sister there, and I learned something very interesting, that in Kenya or in African states, you are never late. You are never late. You can always create. You can always manufacture time. So that's why we are in safe space. So if you have the program which is in our folder, I hope everyone has a folder which has a program. We have finished the introduction session. Thank you, Janet, for going through the session. I will mention something very briefly just to tie the meeting we have today with violent extremism. Why is it important to strengthen or to position our religious institutions to have strong women leadership so that we can prevent violent extremism? I'll mention something very briefly. We are coming to the end of the year, and it will be important to have a brief session on the state of the nation and also the New Year message by IRCK. So I'm sure our leadership, Bwana Bayani and the rest of the EC members will be interested in that, to see the message that as the IRCK family can go out as the end of year message. Bwana Cyprian has done a very detailed state of the nation, and also a draft end of year message, which we look at, and then if we need to adjust it, we'll look at that. Secondly, still, Cyprian will come back again. He has done a brief analysis, an analysis that is ongoing, to look at how do our policies as religious institutions either enable or does not enable women participation in those particular structures. The purpose of this is to look at he has looked at some of the policies, he has talked to some of the leaders, and he's going to give us a feedback. The purpose of this is to see how can, if for instance I'm a Catholic myself, we have women institutions within the Catholic Church, like the Catholic Women Association. In the Jumuyas, we have women leadership. How are these voices being captured? I'm sure there are spaces for women leadership. Which are they and how effective are they? So he'll come and do that presentation. All these discussions will open it up now for a plenary. And this team, Madam Sujata and the entire EC, we also need to say that this is an open forum. It's a discussion, it's a feedback. It's not just a one way. So let's make it as interactive as possible. If there is a question, if something that needs clarification, let's not leave this room without having it clarified. We have a lot of wealth and knowledge and experience in all of us. Then we'll have lunch break from 1 to 2, and then we'll come back again and see the narratives, these narratives that the theologians have developed. How sensitive or how gender sensitive are they to the women leaders, and how can they be used? How can they be applied in our congregations? So before I invite Cyprian to take us up to 10:30 on the state of the nation, I was interacting with a report that was developed by, there are two reports, one developed by the Institute of Security Studies and one produced by UNDP. And it observed the following. I'll just do a small summary here, that across the East Africa region, a common thread shared by extremist groups is that every instance, their advance has been coupled with attacks on the rights of women and girls, rights to educate, right to public life, and to decision-making over their own bodies. I think we've seen the strategies and the narratives that are used by violent extremism. If you go to Nigeria, we've seen how the Boko Haram does it. We're all aware, right? They kidnap girls in schools and all that. So that is one of the strategies that is employed by these violent extremist groups, and it has very adverse effects to women and girls particularly. Another observation was that counterterrorism and counter-violent extremism overlook the spectrum of role that women play in both preventing and participating in violent extremism, both prevention and participation. Sometimes we focus mostly on the people who pull the triggers, but we fail to capture the role of women either as the people who pass the messages or who serve in the intelligence arms of these violent extremism groups, but also as victims of the attacks. And then the Women, Peace and Security Agenda provides a framework for demilitarized and preventive response to terrorism and violent extremism. Kenya is one of the countries in Africa that has adopted or has localized 1325, the UN resolution on women, peace and security. Sindio, we have interacted with it. I can see all of us here are familiar with WPS, and in the WPS, it provides the women peace. The 1325 actually provides a framework on which women can be involved. Then, second last is that the risk of co-option and instrumentalizing women's rights is high. The risk of co-opting and instrumentalizing women's rights is high, where women's advocacy becomes too closely associated with the government's counterterrorism agenda. The risk of backlash against women's rights defenders is often already volatile in volatile environments. Like women, when they stand up, sometimes when they stand up for their rights, the backlash sometimes is very high compared to maybe their male counterparts. Is it true? Yes. Is it true? Yes. We'll hear from your the discussions later. And then women are impacted by counterterrorism tactics. Securitization can increase women's insecurity, and stricter banking procedures and donor policies can impact women's organizations adversely. So it's both sides. When the terrorists act, it affects women, right? Disproportionately. Also, when our security agencies, when they also crack the whip, it also affects women. This, am I saying things that are a fact? Eh? Like when there's a crackdown, let's say the police has, the security teams have put a curfew in a place looking for a certain perpetrator. Who does it affect most? Yeah? Women and girls, right? So this is why this narrative or this discussion is important, and we see the position and the role of women leadership within our institutions, within those structures, and then we see how can we work together to ensure that the voices of women are adequately captured and the issues that are brought are also addressed either at the policy level, at operational level, and also even in the formation and operationalization of structures of the religious institutions. So without taking much further time, to take us up to around 10:30, I will wish to invite our colleague and friend, Bwana Nyamwamu, to take it over from here. Kindly, if there is something that you capture and you need to raise it, please note it down so that you don't forget, so that when we have the plenary, you can have a very engaging discussion and we are able to improve each other's ideas. Can we welcome him with a... No, I don't feel... Are you happy?
Thank you very much. Salaam alaikum. Yes. Bwana sifiwe. Namaste. That's what you have to put your hands together when you are saying namaste. Yes, like that. Thank you very much. I've been given 28 minutes to take us through that session, and it's on the state of the nation, and then we will share the draft of the end of year message. Thank you very much. Rolex, are we projecting? So there. Yeah, so as you have been told, my name is Cyprian Nyamwamu. I am a friend of IRCK. I actually consider myself to be in the civil service of the religious coordinating bodies. When I'm at SUPKEM, I'm at home, NAMLEF, I'm at home, at NCCK, at KCCB. I have spent the last 12 years working with the religious coordinating bodies and IRCK itself. So I feel very, very much at home in this space, in this family, big family of interfaith, interreligious. The executive director asked that we put together material that can inform us on the state of the nation so that we are able to craft a statement that may represent IRCK as a family as the end of the year message. And we've done that. We've started from having a very brief outlook of the East African situation and even the Africa situation and how that impacts on the IRCK and the religious fraternity in Kenya. We've seen what is happening and that just happened in Tanzania from their 29th of October elections. The situation in South Sudan continues to be of great concern. The Ugandan elections are coming up. on 15th of January, the coups in West Africa, including the very recent one in Benin, have an impact on the governance and the stability of our countries across the continent. So what we see across Africa is a movement from a very promising multi-party democratic development to now what we are calling electoral autocracy. What we are seeing is electoral autocracy. So there's regression, reversal from democratic development and consolidation, which happened between 1990 and about 2005, 2007. After that, we've seen the reversal where we are having electoral autocracy. The only thing that governments and the political class are interested in is to hold elections so that they tick the box that, you know, we held elections, even when they are not competitive at all. You look at Uganda, that what they are going to have in January is not an election, it's not competitive at all. The president appoints the commission, the security forces disrupt every meeting of the opposition political parties. In Tanzania, the opposition, the contenders, the major contenders were locked in jail, so they were out of the contest. But you see, they are saying we conducted elections and so we have legitimacy to govern. We have legitimacy to govern. It's a major challenge. For us at the Interreligious Council of Kenya, and the director, this is what I thought is very significant, is that the Tanzanian situation is of great concern to us. Why? Because the way government has now weaponized religion to divide. Tanzania has had a very peaceable, very amicable religious tolerance and relationships. But now what we have seen post the elections of 29th of October is where it is Muslims against Catholics, not even Christians, that the problem is Catholics, so that the others can be isolated as good, but everybody is saying the same thing, that these elections were not free nor fair, the killings are unacceptable. But you see, the meetings are being held where Muslims are, not all Muslims, are starting to say it is Catholics who are the problem in Tanzania. So we are actually sweeping the problem under the carpet instead of addressing it. I thought this is important because we are likely to see it in other countries, and Kenya may not be excluded. Further, it has been said that Tanzania was the quarterfinals, and that Uganda is going to be what? The semi-finals, which means that Kenya will be what? Will be the finals. So of what? Finals of what? Of the killings or of what? So we have to be very careful. And I'm happy that our theologians are going to be discussing narratives, because this social engineering is what actually becomes very destructive and very dangerous in the end. So this is of great concern concern to us. The second thing that we wanted to look at very briefly is that the president delivered the State of the Nation, to the joint houses of parliament, both the National Assembly and also the Senate. And I hope some of you have read that document because it was written by very, how do I call them? very lovely language, very inspirational language. I have picked for you paragraph 12 of the President's State of the Nation address, and he says that, therefore, as we examine the achievements of the past 3 years, results that have laid a firm foundation for equality and opportunity, and a nation where no one is left behind, today I will also place before you not just a vision, but a national project that is realistic, grounded, and entirely within our reach. This is where the first world of Singapore idea was birthed. And now it is awash across. I can see some of my friends are laughing. But this is where it was spelled out. Now, let's leave the politics out and just be technical for a minute, because Article 10 of the Constitution is what the president is supposed to speak to when it comes to the state of the nation. This is what Article 132 of the Constitution requires the president to do, that he should issue a state of the nation to explain what government has done as regards Article 10, sub-article 2 of the Constitution. What has the government done to fulfill and address the issue of patriotism, national unity, sharing and devolution of power, the rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people? That's the first thing. The second thing that the president is supposed to address is the improvement of human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, and non-discrimination. And number three, good governance, integrity. This is where we are supposed to address the issues of corruption, etc. And then sustainable development, where the ecology and the climate change and the environment become a very, very central part of it. So I want to say that this is how we should read the President's State of the Nation address from a technical standpoint, to see how the country is progressing in those provisions that are in Article 10 of the Constitution. The third thing that I wanted to speak about in the analysis of the State of the Nation is the by-elections that have just been concluded, the 29th, or was it 27th of November by-elections. So let me remind you what we started with. We started with the East African and African context. We have looked at the State of the Nation address from the president, and we have looked now at the by-elections. That's the third thing that we want to look at in the State of the Nation review. We witnessed very ugly election violence. And what is sad is that nobody has been arrested or prosecuted for the people who died or were maimed during those by-elections. The use of money and massive bribery, the use of government officials and government resources. We've seen the activities that we've witnessed in churches after those by-elections, which signal to you the increase of gang activity, what is now being called goonism. You've seen the enterprise that has been formed around goons, not just in Nairobi, but across the country. And we want to say that IBC seemed helpless in the face of this electoral-related violence, misuse of office and power, including bribery. The fourth thing that we want to speak about when it comes to the State of the Nation is stepping back to remember that we have an ADCO agreement, and we also have a BBI document which was not implemented. These two documents are not standalone. They go back to 2008, when Kofi Annan established through that process the Agenda 4 items that were supposed to be exhaustively implemented. The issues you see here, the issue that you see here, the 9 that you see here, is a collation of Kenya's issues that we have refused to implement and address. Everybody skirts around them. And that is why we cannot seem to make progress, because everybody is skirting around them. Everybody is skirting around them. Everyone looks for a way of not addressing them because they are the DNA of the Kenyan state. And a new constitution cannot address these issues unless we get the leadership and the political will to address them. And so I'll just take you through them without reading them in detail, because you can see that the time is very limited. The first one is ethnic antagonism and competition. It's not getting better, it is getting worse, especially as we go towards 2027. Lack of a national ethos, inclusivity, the problem of exclusion. If it's not of women, it is of youth, it is on the basis of religion, the basis of ethnicity, the basis of age, the basis of something. The problem of inclusivity. The evolution that is going through massive problems. Divisive elections, including the 2027, and I'll speak to those in the next page. Safety and security. NCIC is telling us that there is a 136% increase in guns in Kenya. And that the problem of youth unemployment is partly explaining why the increase of guns. And these guns are related to politicians. I'm told even MCAs have guns, MPs and aspirants have guns, governors have guns, even women reps now have their own guns. It looks like if you do not have guns, you cannot operate in Kenya. You cannot operate in Kenya. Safety and security. Corruption. The less said about it, the better, because we all know how bad the situation is now. Shared prosperity, the issue of unemployment, the issue of poverty, the issue of an economy that is only growing on paper, but the situation is getting worse in the households. And then the final one is around responsibilities and rights. Especially since last year, we've seen 4 trends that are of great concern. Abductions, enforced disappearances, killing of demonstrators and protesters, and criminalizing the freedom of association, the freedom of expression, which is in Article 37 of the Constitution. Director, I don't know what we are going to do, because each of these 9 issues, when you examine where we are with each, the report shows that we are not getting better, but we are getting worse. That's what we show here. We are headed to a general election that we are calling an incumbency election, and that is exactly the problem. The problem is that incumbency elections, we have had 4 of them since 1992, and we have had 3 transitional elections since 1992. Transitional elections are the elections when the president is leaving and is not a candidate. And that's what we saw in 2002, 2013, and 2022. They may be very hotly contested, but they are always peaceful. Transitional elections are always peaceful. Even if they are hotly contested, they are always peaceful. Because the president in office wants to leave with his legacy intact. So they normally only involve themselves to a certain extent, and then they quit. They don't want to ban a country and then be held responsible for it. So they normally step back and allow the natural process to take place. The problem is with incumbency elections. You remember Moi in 1992, Moi in 1997, Kibaki 007, 2007, and then Uhuru Kenyatta 2017. All of them bloody elections, bloody elections. The country was shredded into the fabric of the country was really tested. So this is the kind of elections we are heading to. And one of the things that you observe is that institutions become collateral. When you look at the country right now, one of the problems we have is that there is no single institution that is standing. All of them are on their knees. Some of them are already on their stomachs. All right? There is no institution that is standing on its feet. Even the judiciary, which was the only one, you've seen that a judge makes a decision that is not pleasing to the executive, his security is withdrawn by 2 p.m. You remember in Justice Mugambi's situation. A lot of judges are living and they are walking on eggshells. And if you make a decision that does not please government, they send you to Malindi, they send you to places where, you know, it's a demotion, basically. So it is very tense, even in the judiciary. To the extent, I saw the Chief Justice 2 weeks ago welcoming the president to a meeting, and they were saying that, Your Excellency, it looks like you're a miracle worker, because we saw you in Marsabit yesterday and you are here now this morning. And I said, what is she doing really? I mean, does she know that this is the commander-in-chief and the only person who has helicopters from Europe, and he can fly to any part of this country and come back? I mean, what's the miracle there that the president came from Marsabit to attend your meeting in the morning? Really? But you know the pressure which judges are under right now across the republic. So we are saying that we don't seem to be making progress because the opposition is greatly neutralized. ODM is both in government and they are also occupying the opposition minority benches. So the National Assembly and Senate are basically dead. They are not there to do any kind of oversight. That's the country we're living in. The situation is so bad, Father, that members of parliament have passed a law which says that the executive can sell national assets and parastatus without parliamentary oversight and approval. You know, that it has never been heard anywhere in the world. That members of parliament are sacking themselves. They are supposed to be there to represent, to oversight, and to legislate. They are saying that when it comes to oversight, we don't want to do that job. Let the executive sell assets when it wills to sell. That is where we are as a country. Institutions are not only on their knees, some are actually on their stomachs already. The youth issue towards 2027 will be a major one. Youth unemployment, there lacks political will to dialogue in terms of how to prepare for elections, especially the role of the police, of the judiciary, and of IEBC. And then the civic space is shrinking quickly. Here is the slide that I have captured for us on the state of civic. This is from Civicus, is the one which carries the annual state of the civic space across the world. You can see that we have been described as repressed. We are repressed because of the massive government crackdowns, violence and arbitrary arrests, digital restrictions, restrictions on CSOs and media, misuse of legislation. Like you've seen the 163 young people who were arrested in demonstrations and charged with terrorism at Kao. These are the things that are happening. So we are criminalizing what the Constitution has already provided for. And then the role of the judiciary, which I have just discussed. I want us to have a brief political economy analysis of these 5 points that we have just looked at. We have just looked at 5 very important points. And what we see from those points is, number one, the place of youth, peace, and security as a cross-cutting concern. Director, the median age for youth in Africa is 19. For the United States of America is 38, which is double. The median age, meaning if you total the population of Kenya and you divide by the age, what is the median age of Kenya? It's 19.4. 19.4. We are an extremely young country. And this is across Africa. Our median age is 19. That one of the US is 38. 42 for Europe. 27 for Asia. I actually saw Japan is 48, the median age. It's a very aging, it's a very, very old country. How are religious institutions retooling themselves to respond to this reality of us being the youngest continent? What are we doing about it? What are we doing about it? These young people are struggling economically, they are excluded politically, they are stressed socially. You've heard of the mental issues, increased cases of suicide, especially here in Kenya. The rising cases of politically aligned gangs, I've already spoken to that. So this is one of the points that we are going to see in the statement that we have drafted. The second one is the problem of corruption and patronage, the unholy alliance. What we are seeing from 2002 is that actually Kenya's civic competence is reducing, is waning. Let me speak English. What I'm saying is that the quality of citizens in Kenya is getting worse. Is that easier to understand? Yes. The quality of citizens is getting worse. What's the implication of that? The people we are electing are getting worse. So the 11th parliament was worse than the 10th, but the 12th parliament was actually worse than the 11th. The sad news is that this current 13th parliament is worse than the last parliament. You can even see the kinds of laws they are passing. You know, the people who are getting elected now are wash, money laundering, drug dealers, these types of people. They are the ones who are getting socialites, comedians, people who are senators in our these are comedians and and socialites. That's the only thing they do. How are those people supposed to discuss the African youth bulge? That's my question to you. How are they supposed to discuss the African youth bulge and the economic policy? How are they supposed to discuss Rolex complex issues of radicalization? How are they supposed to handle those issues? If this is the quality of people we are electing, to parliament, to be governors, okay, to be senators, to be, and so on and so forth. We have a major problem here. And this slide summarizes that problem this way: that elections have become very expensive, so people have to find who is going to finance their election. And once these people are in power, they have to look for businesses for the people who financed them to be elected. And that's how our state has become what we call a contractor state. You can see it there. Because campaigns have become very expensive, the cost of election report was released a few years ago. Campaign finance cannot be enforced. And therefore, Kenya has become a contractor state. The DPP, Director of Public Prosecution, has forgiven all cases, withdrawn all cases on corruption against anybody who was supporting President Ruto in 2022. All cases have been withdrawn. And the judge is asking, why are you withdrawing the case? It was politically motivated. Nobody is being asked who drafted this case and brought it to court and what sanctions are going to be taken. This is the famous report, the Cost on Politics in Kenya report, which was the research was conducted by my friend Karuti Kanyinga, Professor Karuti Kanyinga and Tom Boyle. It's available, you can access it at any time. So we are basically, IRSK should ask itself, what are we going to do to get back our democracy? Because we've lost our country. Our country is now in the hands of those with money. In the hands of those with money. So our values, and the third thing that we want to look at very quickly, apart from the youth and corruption, is the economic implications of corruption and how this is leading to a public debt that is in the excess of 12 trillion. We are now 12.08 trillion in debt. The country borrows 3 billion shillings every day. This country borrows 3 billion shillings daily on average. And we are planning to borrow even more because now there's something called securitization of borrowed money. So you create a fund, and once you create the fund, you use it to borrow money. Are you getting that? You get taxes like the housing tax. You get taxes from Kenyans, you put it in an housing fund, then you use the housing fund to borrow money. Securitization. So the thing about that kind of thing is that then the Auditor General and the Control of Budget do not have anything. They don't have control over you. You're operating outside the Constitution. That's what's happening. And we are already at 12 trillion. Rolex, I don't know what I'm going to do with this presentation. My time is moving faster than I actually anticipated. Now, so I have made the point here that this corruption enterprise, the illicit financial flows we are seeing, is what is collapsing businesses and therefore causing unemployment. And once you have millions, 18 million unemployed adults, according to Dr. David Lee, 18 million unemployed adults, I think statistics sometimes don't tell the story. Who in this room knows the population of South Sudan? It is 12 million. Who knows the population of Malawi? It's 14 million. Who knows the population of Zimbabwe? It is 14 million. So when we tell you that there are 18 million unemployed Kenyans, Kenyan adults, we are telling you that we are actually tottering on the brink of economic collapse. Economic collapse. Rolex, I just don't know how to simplify this conversation. I hope I'm trying. So let's go to the fourth concern for you, which is the state of public services. These two reports that we've cited here, you see those two reports there, the Transparency International report and the ESCC report. Both of them show us that the levels of corruption are increasing, and because of that, services are getting poorer. We've taken education sector and healthcare just to show you how services are getting worse. If you go to the education sector across the country, what we are seeing there is delayed remittances of capitation to schools. Is that your reality? Have you heard of capitation money is not reaching schools? Yes, and the headmasters and principals are hiding from the people they owe money. Why? Because we don't have money. But we are busy borrowing to build highways and other roads. But we can't feed our children who are in school. We cannot treat our people who are in hospitals. That is what is very interesting. You saw the structure, the lecturer strike, and how long it took. Higher education funding is in serious trouble. Our universities are really straining. And then you look at the healthcare and the SHA and SHIF and the cries that are coming from that sector. We then add this very interesting development where the president has signed the America First Global Health Strategy so that our data becomes the collateral for giving Kenya nearly 240 billion shillings allegedly to support the healthcare sector. But then we are not talking about our sovereignty, our data security. We are not talking about how we are actually giving pharmaceutical industries in America our data so that they can be able to make medicines that are targeted not to treat us, but to hook us. So you are looking at a government which is basically giving away its people's data so that they can be exploited, and this is of great concern. How IRCK processes that, I'm not sure. I was asked to bring this information to you, then we can see how to process it. Finally, is the institutional capture and paralysis that I spoke about already. All our institutions are either on their knees or they are on their stomachs. We pick any. So the study that we conducted, in August, shows that the institutions of governance, the lack of confidence in them is at the lowest ever. Take the police, there is lack of trust. Take IEBC, there is lack of trust. Take the judiciary, lack of trust. Take the military. The KDF, by the way, used to be the only state institution which used to score above 52%. Above 52% in terms of levels of confidence. KDF alone is the one which people used to trust of the government institutions. The police used to be around 32, 33, now they're at about 28%. KDF used to be above 52%, but for the first time, KDF is at 46% because of their involvement in riots and demonstrations, That's what we've done to our institutions of governance. And so there's a massive concern about our institutions of governance. I don't know whether I'm helping this meeting or not. When you look at people and people are concerned, your faces are, I don't know whether I'm making you bitter or better. I'm not sure. And I don't know what I was supposed to achieve with this presentation. People are in their own mood. I don't know whether I'm ruining that holiday mood or what I'm doing. I'm not sure right now. Okay, so so that is why I started from saying that our country, which was supposed to use the new constitution to consolidate its democracy, has become an electoral autocracy, where the only thing that happens is that politicians just want to participate in elections, grab the positions, and then tell you, we are going to rule you the way we want. Just like what's happening in Uganda, in Rwanda. You know, even Rwanda calls itself a democracy. I don't know whether you know that Rwanda looks at itself as a democracy. You know, Burundi is a democracy. Even Tanzania here, they believe that they are a democracy because they held elections. Even if Tanzanians did not go out to vote, they still consider themselves a democracy. And this is the tragedy across Africa, including in Nigeria. If you've not written for long, just write this one alone and then I will not tell you another story. 3 years ago, Nigeria went to the elections. Nigerians are 220 million. 97 million Nigerians were registered to vote. How many are Nigerians? How many were registered? 97. Only 28 million turned out to vote. Wait for this. The president is called Tinubu. Got only 8 million votes. And they still call themselves a democracy. You understand? Nigeria is a democracy. But the president is president because of 8 million people out of a population of 220 million. He didn't even get a tenth of the registered voters. He did not even get a tenth. So he's a president with 8% mandate. 8% mandate. 8% mandate. But they are still a democracy. So, excuse me, what is the state of our nation? What's the state of our nation? Kenya's key gap is its institutions. Unless they are rescued by you, the religious leaders, restoring hope among the people of Kenya will remain a big challenge. Now be with me because this is our last slide, please. Unless we restore the credibility of our institutions, hope in this country is gone. In 2022, how many Kenyans did not go to vote? How many Kenyans did not go to vote? Do we know the number? Ask your neighbor just there on the desk. Ni wangapi hawakwenda kupiga kura of the registered voters? Ni wangapi hawakwenda kupiga kura? You've been told the number. You've been told 8.3 million. Is that true? 8.3 million did not vote. So, if you are doing Olympics and you are putting the three stands, the winner of the elections of 2022 was those who did not turn out to vote because they got 8.3 million. Ruto then would have become number 2 with 7 million, isn't it? And then Raila would have become number 3. Who would have taken the golden medal? The Kenyans who did not vote. So when I talk about hope, I am not talking about some abstract story. I am saying that Kenyans no longer believe that waking up to go and register as a voter and casting a ballot, they don't believe it makes a difference. That is why young people don't care about the ballot. They care about direct political activism, going to State House, going to Parliament, occupying the church, occupying the judiciary, occupying the American embassy. They believe that ballots don't bring change. So unless we restore the credibility of institutions, my leaders, what we are saying is that we are actually stirring despair and despondency amongst our people. Number two is that electoral cycle work is heavy, is heavier than it looks. We only have 18 months to elections. We have not dealt with voter registration, vetting of the candidates who are going to be in those elections, campaigns management, campaign financing. We have not dealt with technology. We've not dealt with the issues of boundaries. We've not dealt with the issues of political parties, electoral violence, money in campaigns, women and their participation. The issues of the electoral cycle are very heavy, and and remember, it is an incumbency election. Then we tied with the peace and security. They need to deal firmly with guns and ethnic mobilization. You are all in this room and you know where we are with ethnic mobilization. Ethnic mobilization started. If you didn't know, two-term means those who are supporting Ruto, and there's already an agreement that the Nilots will be united around the president, and then their cousins. Who are cousins? Who are cousins? Who are they? Bantus, isn't it? Don't look at me like you don't know what I'm talking about. Don't do that. Please don't do that. I can see your faces. How surprised you are. What that means is that we have actually gone back 25 years. We returned to ethnic mobilization as the only ideology in our politics. And you know, there's Wamonyoro there. Every day he wakes up, he wakes up to talk about my people in the Mlima. And then there are others from the lake, and there are others from valleys, and there are others from oceans, and there are others from, I don't know, deserts, and there are others from I don't know where else. So that is how far back we've regressed. So I don't know what people like Sheikh Hamza are going to be. What are they now? I don't know. That is why it is so foolish to embrace this kind of thing. But it means that we are walking into an election that is going to be explosive, where bloodshed is very highly likely. Service delivery, as we say, has gotten worse. The youth factor is being downplayed. So those are the conclusions we make at the end of this presentation. And Rolex, can we project the statement so that we read it, and then we can take the break because it's already nearly 11, 11 minutes to 11. Yeah, one Gen Z to read, and we have many of them this morning, but we can get our brother from EAK. Please come and take us through this statement, and then we can make comments on it. Maybe you can stand there instead of the screen. It's better if you. You can see. Rolex will help you. Okay. No. I'll take the notes here.
Okay. I will read. If we uphold our constitution, we will secure peace, progress, and prosperity. If I introduce religious text and
No. That is it's a note to Rolex.
Okay.
That we are going to need the text from our books.
It's okay. Interreligious Council of Kenya, IRCK, wishes Kenyans a peaceful end year get together. Thanksgiving and Christmas festivities, there's something there, and a new year of hope and solidarity. Our national anthem in stanza 1 urges us to focus on important aspirations, namely justice, solidarity, undugu, peace, liberty, joy, and prosperity. Our country needs justice and peace to make progress in all the various sectors. From this progress and peace, we will secure prosperity for all or the vast majority. 1. IRCK is concerned that this December festive season most of the times brings with it a lot of sorrow and pain to families due to the increased motor accidents. This year, we call on county governments to deploy marshals and the national government to deploy our NYS personnel on highways passing through their counties to support the traffic police so that long distance drivers of buses and private cars can drive on well-marked and lit roads at night. Everything ought to be done to ensure that no single Kenyan perishes or is injured in motor accidents in our country. We still call upon all motorists and road users to be vigilant and to avoid dangerous speeds and reckless driving during this season. 2, IRCK wishes Ugandans well as they go to their elections on 15th of January. Our counterparts in Uganda have expressed fears regarding those elections, especially the abductions and detentions of opponents to the ruling party and the excess militarization of the campaigns. The media has come under great restrictions and fear has gripped their nation. We also call the Tanzanian government to listen to the voice of the people and their religious leaders in order to find lasting and sustainable solution to Tanzanian democratic deficits. Tanzanians should avoid the religious divisions that are being driven amongst them and stay strong together for the good of their country. Sorry. Number 3, in 2025 was a year with mixed fortunes for most Kenyans. While some made breakthroughs in their personal career and business lives, many lamented a worsening economic situation. The education sector struggled a great deal with delayed remittance of capitation to schools, a prolonged lecturer strike, and continued uncertainty on the rolling out of the CBE learning system and outcomes. The healthcare sector continued to be plagued by gaps in the implementation of SHIFT system. While many have reported that the system has worked for them, many other Kenyans continue to lament about being turned away at the point of service and access to Medicare. The economic situation is reporting worsening unemployment and mounting poverty levels across the country. The government has done well in the area of foreign exchange stabilization and lowering inflation. However, jobless growth as currently being experienced can still be painful to most households across. Over 65% of Kenyans, over 62% of Kenyans state that the country is headed in the wrong direction. They continue to call on the president and government officials to stop talking at them and start listening. We can cordially meet and agree on what needs to be improved upon and what is working for all. Concern persists around the tax justice issues that have impacted the economy adversely. Industries and businesses are closing down, allegedly due to punitive and unsustainable, unfavorable tax regime that the government continues to enforce. Number 4, the peace and security situation. NCIC continues to warn us that the number of guns allied to politicians is on a sharp increase as we draw nearer to 2027 general election. The cases of reported use of goons to disrupt functions, including churches, is of great concern to us. While we commend the security agencies for effectively reducing the acts of terrorist agents within the Kenyan borders, concerns are growing that the security agencies have been captured to push for certain political outcomes. Decades of security sector reforms need to be reviewed and audited to enable the country understand why our security sector continue to be at fault in implementing the constitution which Kenyans gave themselves in 2010. The youth situation. The major age for Kenyan and sub-Saharan African countries stands at 19 years, while it is 28 years in the US and 42 for the West Europe countries. IRCK is convinced that enough is not being done to focus all our institutions and resources towards addressing African and Kenya youth bulge in all spheres. IRCK is concerned that the issues that the youth raised in the now famed Gen Z demos in 2024, which were triggered by the Finance Bill 2024, have not been addressed in a structured manner. The youth through the recently launched Youth Manifesto yet to continue to raise key policy proposals and directions around tax justice, public debt, youth employment, youth political and governance participation, and the role among other issues. The call on all state and non-state actors to think of convincing, of conceiving a youth Marshall Plan for Kenya that will adequately address the issues and concerns of Kenyan's youth people. The issues of youth, the issues of young Kenyans are the real issues of our nation, which they have a greater stake, in than the elder among them, the elders among them. Number six, concern over the parliamentary performance sale of national assets. IRCK calls upon the President and the executive branch of the government to uphold constitution in managing the economy and our institutions generally. The setting up of funds, including the National Sovereign Wealth Fund that is underway, and the policy of securitizing these funds to borrow loans without parliamentary scrutiny and threshold public participation may turn out to be dangerous adventurism that may ruin the economy and saddle future generations to decades of economic ruin and misery. The sale of government stake in Safaricom, the sale of Kenya Pipeline Corporation, among other assets lined up for sale, even before we address the opaqueness surrounding Kenyan 12 trillion public debt invites very little comfort among stakeholders. There is a need to. There's something there. Number seven, performance of institutions and concern regarding corruption. The Kenya Kwanza team promised the country in their manifesto that they will set up a state capture inquiry within the first week of being sworn in the office. The inquiry never took place. We are concerned that the institutions, including judiciary, have been weakened significantly over the last 3 years. There is a corruption scandal or allegations of corruption related to practicality all ministries, departments, and agencies in Kenya today. These corruption accusations have spread to the judiciary and parliament. The president himself has accused MPs of taking bribes from the executive and others to do parliamentary business. EACC and the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions has dropped so many cases since 2023 without explaining sufficiently who was responsible for filing politically motivated corruption cases if truly these cases were politically motivated. Number 8, The by-elections and the 2027 general election preparations. Kenyans witnessed unacceptable incidences of violence and murder of citizens in the recently concluded by-elections. Misuse of office, power, and public resources was strongly alleged. The IEBC did not inspire much confidence and needs to do a lot more to stamp authority in the electoral governance and management space in Kenya. As we move towards the 2027 general election, we ought as a country work with the IEBC to address all the areas of the electoral cycle so that we de-risk the 2027 general election and ensure that the country will have a free, fair, credible election that held in a peaceful and secure environment. That is how to ensure that Kenyan stability. That is how to ensure that Kenyan stability, peace, progress, and prosperity is secured. Number 9, the religious bill and its implication. IRCK has listened to the voices of its members regarding the Religious Bill 2024. We wish to ask the government through the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary to pause the enactment of the bill to reopen structured dialogue with religious organizations to allay the deep-seated fear that the bill seeks to give power to the executive to punish those religious organizations and the clergy who do not sing the two-term chorus, while allowing the pro-government clergy and religious organizations the leeway to operate freely and with impunity in the same case. In some cases. Recommendations. We recommend that given the many weighty matters of national concern that the country is, we recommend that given the weighty matters of national concern that the country is grappling with at this time in our history, there is a need to set up a strong collaborative and dialogue or consultative framework between the religious organizations, the political parties, non-state actors, parliamentary committees, and the executive to address these issues we have raised above. Thank you.
Thank you. I think after the break, we'll also have a Gen Z from the Muslim community and the Hindu to help us. How do we move from here? Do we have energy to go through this, or we take a short break for tea? We come finalize this, and then now we go to the main agenda. So I hope you've noted everything. I'll ask Madam Sujata, is there a Hindu Gen Z?
Yes, so we have apparently one lady is there.
And then I saw the young sheikh. Where is he? No, not Sheikh Charles. Yes, my brother from Marsabit. So we'll come back and then we'll add the scripture, the reflection from our religious leaders, finalize this, and then hand it over to the executive committee release
the
the
statement.
statement.
Let's
Let's
appreciate
appreciate
Cyprian.
Cyprian.
Let's
Let's
appreciate
appreciate
ourselves.
ourselves.
I have a request because of time. We are
at
at 11:10.
11:10.
Can we
Leave
leave
here
here straight away to the room opposite? We take a good photo. And sometimes it doesn't work. Is it possible to grab our tea and come back? We do the group photo. Then as you come back, you grab our tea.
issue of drought. The deputy president announced that 2 million people are facing hunger and starvation. I think that's a crisis. And if we are talking about, making Kenya Singapore, I think our priorities may be misplaced if at all our people will die of hunger. So I mentioned towards that, and a very intentional follow-up to ensure that we will not hear that Kenyans have died of hunger. Thank you.
Thank you. Good input. Bishop, can we agree Bishop will be the last so that we go to the next point? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add something to Chief. Because sometimes when you go to hospital, maybe they take care of you, yes, but after maybe 1 month or 2 months, they tell you it is up to next year that we can also we can now give you that money to enjoy your want. Otherwise, they don't give you that money. They don't even pay for you. They tell you that one you take from your pocket. So it becomes difficult and very expensive for a person, just a mere person who doesn't even know whom to help him or her. So it should be the whole year from January to December, rather than giving you once and then they tell you they cannot give you twice. It is up to the following year that they can now give you the same amount again.
Thank you so much, Bishop. So timely payment. So let's finish number 3. Let's go to number 4. This is about the peace and security situation. And anything there? It's okay. And then we have the youth issue, the youth situation, where we are saying that there's a need for a Marshall Plan that will adequately address the issues and concerns of Kenya's young people. And then the issues of young people are the real issues of our nations, which have a greater stake in which they have a greater stake in than the young people should be the center focus of the nation. Sorry, I'm taking you a bit fast.
Bishop is there.
Yes.
On the issues of
Yes.
I'm just thinking, but I don't know the right words. The voice of women need to reflect somewhere, because you see what we have seen in conflict and in what we've seen in our country. These youths are some people's children. When they are abducted, the faces you see on our tellies are women crying. So I wanted something to cushion the women with the pain they go through after losing their husbands and losing their children who are being abducted. How do we bring that voice?
Thank you so much, Bishop. I think Cyprian can find a way of crafting also the aspect of women in relation either to conflicts, because there are peace and security situation, but also generally as a segment that is affected when there is lack of peace. The parliament, concern over parliament and performance, we agree. Number 6, anything? On parliament, both the Senate and the National Assembly. Are you happy with the parliament? All right. Then if you're not happy, then these statements, I believe, captures the situation well. Number 7, performance of institutions and concerns regarding corruption. You've seen so many cases being dropped. Yes, Father.
Did I see cells there? Pipeline, you can see Safaricom, There's something to do with the gold mines and the minerals.
Yes. Thank you, Father, for that. There is the Kolomani issue, and also just generally the mineral issue. Thank you, Father. Number 7 on performance, I think that's okay. On the by-elections, we saw what happened, right? Yes. And it's a concern because those are triggers. But to me, I was in a meeting where IPC was doing feedback, and I don't know if anyone here was there, but my observation was that even the IPC Commission itself might need a lot of targeted building capacity, because we saw a lot of some statements which were made there, which I was there with the director. I don't know if he'll say something at the end, but my observation was that there need to be a lot of deliberate capacity, because they're a new commission. They might need to also be taken through the electoral process, and even how to communicate so that they don't balkanize the country further. Number 9 is on the religious bill. Cyprian, there was a communication from the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary that they have shared this bill. I don't know, how does it normally work? Does it need to be, because you might find they have said stop it, then the following day you find the bill. I was in Bishop Betty and she was telling me that you can wake up and you find Parliament passed it
while you are on recess.
When you're on recess.
They actually say they will visit it in the coming year.
They'll be visiting the coming year.
Yes.
So how does the statement preempt that?
We are requesting for structured engagement. We are requesting for, because I have read statements from practically all the RCBs who are members of IRCK. There is a general agreement that this is not a good bill for various reasons. And you know, there has been a long conversation. You don't want to reject it openly, but you want to inform government that you want a structured engagement around this bill. Not this thing that we are told, you know, we are going collecting views, public perspective. What do people in the village know about religion? You see, it is Father Charles Clonzo who knows how the Catholic Church works. It is a pastor from SDA who knows who asked for this bill. So you see, these are questions you cannot put in a statement. So you ask for a structured engagement with the religious leaders so that it is not politicized, because that's the information we have. So maybe because the PCS, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, has announced this withdrawal, we will need to revise the paragraph a little bit and remove the political overtones that we included there. That's for sure. But we have to strengthen the language of the structured engagement, where then we can raise the policy concerns that we have with the bill itself.
Yes, sir. Then, thank you. Correct. Just to give a brief of this, when the first invitation to public participation was invited, we did a memorandum. We submitted, and then we made an appointment. We met the Prime Cabinet Secretary over the same bill. And during the meeting, what he told us is that he has an enthusiastic PS who came and they found this bill and took it and ran away with it. So the coverage, so Mudawari said, in fact, I was not aware. It just someone took it and ran with it, and then I found it in the papers. So he said, okay, now I have heard you, we'll stop it, it will not move. In fact, I'll just call the parliament so that now this has stopped until we have a clear engagement. Then the other day we saw it again. So when I talked to the person who is our contact person, he says, I think the CPS is like he has moved late again. So, so listening to that, and then 2 days, then I find it is withdrawn. What I'm reading from this is political. Because I don't think the Prime Cabinet Secretary, something goes to the media without him. I doubt if it is happening. So I don't know whether you need to remove the political attitude, but from where I sit, I find this. One is possibly, I don't know, similarly will help us. I find like the government want to keep the religious leaders very busy because what we told them is that, and we agreed, if they progress with it, then we'll meet in court. And he said, no, I don't want to go to court. I don't want to fight myself on this side and my bishop on the other side. So for that, then I'll stop this thing. But then, you see, it's moving forward with it. So, and I feel like they want to keep our sector very busy and possibly even go to court. So while you are in court, other things are happening. So maybe that's my political analysis about this issue, because I don't think anything can leave the cabinet secretary's office without his knowledge. So then when I talked to this guy the second day, he tells me, yeah, actually after I talked, even the president is very unhappy with it, but then how did it pass? So somehow, okay, I read a lot of politics into it. So maybe as you write, you can help us understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Covered? Or not covered? Oh. To which you come back to, we'll have father and then we'll have my brother then.
As we rework this statement, there are two main things that I feel should come out clearly. That and I'm picking this from the first round when we were talking about the bill. We said, let it be known that the religious bodies have a way of regulating themselves, and they are accountable and responsible for that. And number two, we said when it is something criminal, then the government can come in because we have the laws, but not to take the whole issue of regulating the church away from the church itself.
Thank you. I think I wanted to mention that even as I'm not in support of this, the EAK is not in support of this bill, but we are aware that some of our leaders were part of the formation of this bill. This came from the presidential task force that brought together quite high-level clergy members from all the denominations and the groups presented here. So as we form this, Bwana Cyprian, we also need to have the tone that shows that our members, whether they misrepresented us or not, but they were part of this. I know some of my high-level bishops who are here, Cyprian, you know them. And we know the names. If you go through that report, you will hear the name. You will actually get the names of people you know. So I found that very strong. Yeah, thanks.
Alex, allow me to clarify that.
Even them, they have said they are.
Yes, Madam Sujata was part of that team. So it is not what Sujata was there. Several members of my board were there, but what they came up with was a report. So the drafting of the, actually they did not write the bill. They came up with a report of what is happening in the ground. And that's what Father is saying. Like, what triggered this was the Shakahora deaths. I think that's what happened. And what the religious leaders are saying, religion does not commit crime.
No.
Churches don't commit crime. Mosques don't commit crime. Temples do not. It is individuals. So we have laws that can, if a father today commits a crime, he is a Catholic father, but it's not the Catholic Church that has committed crime. It is him as an individual. If Mackenzie committed a crime,
He is already charged.
he is already charged. So if he is already charged within the existing laws, then why do we need other laws to catch another Mackenzie? So basically, it is individuals who commit crime in the name of religion. So basically, it's a crime. If you kill in the name of religion, the point is there are laws that address people who have killed. If you steal, because we are talking of extortions, people who get money in the name of religion. Extortion is a crime. If we have people who have been radicalized and they enter into radical criminal activities, we have laws that address that. So basically, it is not the religious institutions that commit crime. So they don't need to be controlled. Let the individuals who commit crime in the name of business, in the name of religion, in the name of whatever, face the law. So basically, that's what we are saying. What Father is saying, actually exactly that. So it is not the church that commits crime. So why do you have to control the church? If an individual commits crime, like Mackenzie did, let him face the law. So and actually, so that's how it is. But so for the team being part of the team that came up with the report, we are not in contention with that. They are members of our faith, they are our leaders. But then the team that took that report and you see, they use that report and other reports. There are several other bills that have been merged. So they use the report that came from Sujata and others, plus other sources to draft a bill. So the problem is the bill, which is not the report. The report was just one part of it, which possibly was developed for a purpose. So they are using that report and other sources to draft a bill that is not in support of the faith sector.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Idia, for clarifying. So I request, yes, you can take one. Your hand is, no, there is fine. So I think it's been clarified. So let's agree to propose this. Who will propose this subject to the additions, which Cyprian and the team, the secretariat will add, and then the ASCAP leadership will adopt this and release it. Do you have a proposer? Maybe faster because it's coming to you. we can have Bishop Betty to propose. It's proposed. Oh, Pastor's proposed and Bishop Betty has seconded. So thank you so much. Clap for yourselves. We'll go to the next session. Now we are now starting the meeting officially. We are going to invite Cyprian back here to take us through his analysis on women participation, involvement in the faith institutions. Just a disclaimer that this is an ongoing process, so if you find something not there, please note it and share. I'm sure Cyprian and the Secretariat will benefit from your input. So Cyprian, we are at 12:30. Can you do 30 minutes so that we break for lunch around that time?
There's a suggestion question from this table.
Yes, yes.
Considering that the presentation next is actually the main agenda of today.
Yes.
30 minutes sounds like injustice.
Yes.
Could we extend a little bit into 1 hour?
Yes.
And then probably reduce the lunch hour?
To 1:30. Then we have lunch for 30 minutes. Or to 2:30. Perfect. So to which you have 1 hour. There's a strong intervention, which today is the agenda of the day. So please take 1 hour, starting now.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful. We will try and reduce the presentation time so that we have more time for the enrichment, because this is the preliminary report. We haven't completed the research. We've done majority of the interviews. There's a lot of enrichment that is going to follow. So I really appreciate that suggestion. So women's participation in leadership within religious institutions, and we want to. It is a report that is has 4 parts to it, and we are going to request for your input so that we make it very rich, and then we make it very relevant to the work that we want to do in our organizations. So the introductory part tells us that IRCK has been here for those number of years, since 2005. We know why we were established, to deepen interfaith dialogue and collaboration among members. And this we do through shared resources and everything that we have together. We also note that faith institutions have played a pivotal role in peace efforts, moral guidance, and social transformation in Kenya, and that women are critical players in that. However, the leadership of women in the religious and faith institutions has been limited, yet their role in the community is very significant in peace building, conflict prevention, etc. And I think Rolex already spoke to this in his opening remarks earlier. And we bring this to the PCVE work that IRCK has been doing within and through its constituent members. And we go to the next slide and talk about the study objectives. What were the study objectives? Why were we doing this study? To examine the extent to which women are represented, to do an analysis of the policy frameworks of our 9 religious coordinating bodies, to review the documents of other relevant religious organizations, including Uganda and other places. And we are going to continue with that work because we haven't finished. To assess the Kenyan legal and policy environment regarding women's participation, the recommendations to IRCK on strengthening women's leadership across the RCPs for stronger peace, progress, and prosperity of our country. We do a contextual assessment there of women's leadership. We look at the socio-cultural factors. We also looked at the women leadership, which is at the impact of GBV. And we noted that even though GBV is not a major concern within our religious institutions, its impact in the broad society is very significant. We men and young men and young women. I was told that this is the policy that they would like to call mentor them young, they are going to be influential leaders as they grow. So that's number left. So that's number left. NCCK is not a full questionnaire. We captured the label as I wanted the exact numbers and I didn't get them by this morning. NCCK as active forums for women leaders of our churches to meet and strengthen their leadership.
The women of faith meetings are very energizing, and they are at all the 9 regions. There are women representatives in all the 9 regions, and those 9 come to the National Executive Committee. When they bring us the rest of the material, we will incorporate it in the report. Same with the surge. The chairman informed us that the material is coming. Finally, we go to OIC, very informative as well, very rich. 2 out of their 12 are women. Their programs coordinator is also a lady. In their regions, they have 8 regions which take the shape of the former 8 provinces. They actually have 4 chairs out of 8 who are women. The ratio is 4-4. I found this very interesting. Does the OIC have a policy document? Their constitution does not expressly provide for this, and they do not have an agenda policy. But at the regional levels and coordinators, a number of them are actually female because of the competencies that they display at that level. So they also have the OIC Women's League, which happens to be dormant at the moment. And they gave us 4 very strong recommendations in terms of what could be done, both by OIC and the IRCK. They recommended that churches are quite patriarchal, naturally as we know them historically, and we should create spaces for women to share and co-create, even if they do not sit in the decision-making organs. Could there be spaces, not when you convene the meetings as organ meetings, but as forums where rich experience can be shared? Number 2, it's not a point on its own that the environment is still very patriarchal, as we've noted in the first point, and there's need for understanding the rural context of most of the women who are members of OIC, and therefore give them capacity building so that we can raise the capacity of women to lead confidently. And then there's need to confront the cultural and social environment where the churches work within, by developing policies that can strengthen women's participation and later elevate them to leadership. They proposed a very important concept which our IRCK needs to promote about positive faith-based narratives that affirm women everywhere. Is it possible, they asked, if IRCK can, like, for example, have annual booklets of women telling stories of what they are doing across the country, from NCCK, OIC, Hindu Council, SUPChem, KCC. Can we have women telling stories from regions in terms of what they are doing for communities and within their faith and religious communities? Can we have an Hindu lady from Makindu, showcasing the work they're doing, how they are serving the community, etc. If we can be able to have positive faith-based narratives that affirm women everywhere, we will give them visibility. So I thought this was very intellectually grounded as a recommendation, which can be taken up quite quickly. What are some of the key findings then, having listened to the submissions from the nine RCBs? We find out that number 1, the number of women in the leadership of RCBs is very small. We are going to do the actual calculations, and the percentages may unfortunately be quite depressing. They may be depressing. Why are you not laughing? We are not sad. We are not sad because
supposed to be sad. We are supposed to realize that our numbers are very low for women in decision making. But we also note, number two, that at the technical commissions and secretariats, the number of women increases significantly across the board. That's an opening, that's an opportunity there. The regional and county structures are quite accommodating for women's leadership. We were told about the chair of the Hindu Council out there in Kisumu, EAK in Kisumu as well, and several other parts of the country where women are chairs of counties and regional structures of our RCBs. Number four is that some RCBs have dedicated women's forums and others do not. For example, we have EWA, which is the Evangelical Women's Alliance, Catholic Women's Association, women's directorates in NCCK, EAK, Hindu Council, etc. Yet there are others who do not have these women's directorates or dedicated forums. So that is something that we note from the quick rapid study. Patriarchy, doctrinal justification for this continued patriarchal establishment is not something that we can be able to change overnight. For the way leadership is currently established across the RCBs. So then we also note that there are efforts to increase numbers in leadership and number of programs and activities for women within our religious organizations and institutions and our RCBs. This is in some strategic plans like EAK. So it's a recommendation that probably some of these things need to be escalated to the strategic plans so that we can be able to structurally address the low number of women in leadership. Then we comment here that our findings is that most RCBs do not have constitutional provisions. No. RCBs find that the Kenyan Constitution is an important policy guide for how they offer women's leadership in their religious coordinating bodies. Some constitutions of RCBs provide for women's election to leadership from the regions and the AGMs, which is very progressive. Not many RCBs have gender policies that guide the involvement. In fact, the finding is not many. Most do not have gender policies that guide involvement of women in the highest organs of governance. They rely on their constitutions and the Constitution of Kenya. Let's go to conclusions. Now we conclude here that patriarchal structure of major religions have shaped the leadership structure of RCBs. We also conclude that there are opportunities in strategic plans for RCBs to create resources and forums, including programs for RCBs to build the capacity and participation of women in their religious coordinating bodies. So there's a major finding there, opportunity for strategic planning to increase programs. In cases where ordaining women as clergy is not allowed, the strategy must focus on increasing numbers in the commissions, ministries, technical and supervisory committees, so that these women can influence the apex bodies where women are not sitting in numbers that are significant. There is a case for engagement of young people, as we've learned from NAMLEF, in leadership from a very early age, both young women and young men, because this has the potential of increasing their influence, the influence of women in RCBs, even if they do not get to sit in the leadership organs in person. Influence can be cultivated through opportunities to serve and speak. So this is what we found from all your bodies, that even if women are not allowed to sit in the apex bodies in large numbers, if we can increase their numbers and strengthen their capacities, increase their education, exposure, send them to speak on our behalf on TVs and so on and so forth, what happens is that women's influence becomes very distinct in your RCB. Like, for example, you can't ignore Bishop Betty, regardless of where you are. I'm just giving you an example. Once the exposure is there, what happens is that influence increases. So even if they are not many at the apex body, or they are none, like in the case of KCCB, what happens is that when you make a lot of them prominent in the commissions and in the supervisory and advisory bodies, their influence in leadership becomes unavoidable, and therefore policies and programs become women friendly. We make 5 recommendations, and I have told you this is the very initial report. This is a very initial report. A lot of work has to go in, including the data analysis after we complete the interviews. So what are the recommendations? 7 of them. Please be with me on this. This is the last slide. The first recommendation is as follows, that IRCK strengthens its gender justice initiative, gender justice education, and gender justice dialogue. I am aware that work has been done, and there are even booklets in IRCK by our theologians in terms of the place of women in the Hindu, the place of women in Islam, the place of women in Christianity, which is supported by biblical, the Gita and the Quran. This has to be enhanced so that we equip our people to understand the gender justice perspectives. Because our books, what do our books teach on the place and role of women in society, in the family, in leadership and governance, etc. Number 2 is to strengthen the county level interfaith of IRCK networks and forums with a strong participation of women of faith. This has gone slow a little bit, and there were recommendations that we need to revitalize our county level dialogue forums and the interfaith forums, where women can be able to find an immediate platform to hone their leadership skills, etc. Number 3 is to focus on the youth in our organizations, both young women and young men, mentor them young, so that even if the women do not get ordained, they will still influence, I've already submitted on that, they will still influence how the top organs work. Strengthening the IRCK Women's Leadership Forum to meet annually at the regional county levels and nationally every 2 years. This will be very significant because we will know that all our RCBs and the women's leadership from all those levels will be having a women-specific conference or organ, which then can be able to bring forward all the ideas that need to be incorporated at the decision-making levels. Number 5, is it 5? Yes, I think, is for RCBs to increase the number of women in the secretariats, programs, ministries, and services of the RCBs. The reasons have already been explained. And number 6 is that religions and faiths should support very many women to enter public leadership to continue to influence society positively. So, what is SUPKEM NAMLEF doing to get as many women to become, to go into the public service as MCAs, as women reps, as MPs, as governors? We have one lady who's a Muslim and a governor in Kwale, right?
Yes.
She's called Fatma Chani?
Yes.
Yes. And she's very young. I don't know whether you know that. So if we can support women go to public service. I don't know whether, Father, you have a Catholic strategy for that or an Adventist strategy for that. RCK should encourage as many women, because we are performing so badly. We only have 116 elected MCAs who are women. 116 out of 1,450. It's about 5.6%, I think. It's a total disaster. Yet everywhere you look, qualified, competent, confident women are in the church, are in the mosque, are in our temples. Why are we not supporting? Let me just interest you for half a minute. If IRCK director here strategized across the 47 counties, and without announcing the media, she comes and you are not listening to me on this. Maybe I should put my mic down. Imagine we plotted that we are going to get women in all the 47 counties as MCAs, as women reps, who are subscribing to our values as RCK. And then we agree that their support so and so, their support so and so. NCCK, the NCCK candidate there is the one we are supporting. The SUPKEM candidate there is the one we are supporting. There we are supporting the Hindu Council MP for that place. In Kisumu, we are supporting so and so through that political party. Very quiet. Please don't make it public because we will be forced. Do you know that the next parliament will be an IRCK parliament? Then we will not lament. Then we will not have a lot of these wash criminals. Then we will not have a lot of these murderers and rapists. Do you remember a rapist who said that he didn't know that he was sleeping with somebody's wife somewhere there? No, these things are happening, and these people are in our cabinet. And they are in our government, they are our governors, and they are our, If we push as many women as possible to these positions from our faith, because every county has an interfaith committee, interfaith. If this, with technology and with our Gen Zs, this is a one-week job. We will collect all the data that we need, and then we start preparing them. We don't have to shout like everybody, but we will deliver the results that we want. This is how, even if we don't make them become bishops, we will make them become cabinet ministers, CEC members, governors. In that way, our values will be reproduced in public governance, and we will reduce corruption, we will reduce, the problems that we have listed here, violence in election, gangs, all the issues that we have complained about. So this is our initial finding. This is our initial finding, and as I've told you, it is incomplete. We still have 2 RCBs to collect data from, and then we will complete the analysis, and we will make the first draft available. Then there will be a validation, and then we will finalize the research report, and then from January we should be able to publish and make this available. So Rolex, that's what we have been able to do for the short period of this assignment, and you can see that it is very insightful. As I kept listening, I got to learn a lot. I thought that I'm one of those people who knows our RCBs very well. I discovered that I know very little. Even when Father was speaking to us about the Catholic Church, I was very surprised that there are things I do not know in detail. So this is what we have been able to do, and there's a lot of work that needs to go in to make this report available for publication and for reference. So Rolex, please take over the mic, and then you can give us guidance in terms of how we can be able to make our efforts. Asante sana, thank you.
based on the intervention of my sister there, we agreed that we'll push this to 1:30. So we still have some 20 minutes. And in these 20 minutes, we are very privileged here to have the heads of some of these institutions who are here with us. So that's why when in the introduction we were hearing there are many men represented, I was just sitting and smiling because these are the decision makers of these institutions. So these are the targets where actually this information should reach. So that's why it's a really privilege to have them so that they're here and then they can make adjustments, policy adjustments where possible, of course, in line with the doctrines and other whatever is allowable. So I'll open it up. We can take the first round of feedback around 4 or 5, and then we'll respond. And then if we don't have completed, we'll open for another round before we refer. So can I see by a show of hands how many of us have a comment, input, suggestion, addition, subtraction? Let me see clearly. Okay. Right. Can someone help me with the other mic? Janet, Mariam.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll try to good to see you.
Supremacy.
Oh, thank you so much for your excellent presentation. But my very quick observation is, yes, the numbers are there, but according from my modest analysis, they might not be impactful. Not maybe impactful is not the right word to use, but I would say meaningful in terms of the power dynamics. The power dynamics in terms of many aspects, in terms of culture. And sometimes I call these numbers as rhetoric. They could be rhetoric, or they could be just for camera. So yes, they could be for camera. And yes, you said the numbers are there, but you don't have to tell them to raise their hands. The visibility needs to be felt. The impact needs to be felt. And as a society, we don't feel the impact of women's contribution. So there is need also to look at intersectionality in terms of even looking at issues related to overlapping identities. What factors are affecting women in their leadership? Overlapping identities could be, this woman is a widow, this woman is from a rural area, this woman is poor. This structural, people don't like to talk when it comes to women, they don't give them fairness, they don't talk about the social, cultural, economic dynamics. This woman doesn't have money. So you cannot stand for a political seat if you are not able to say money, power, and respect, if you cannot lobby for the campaigns. So I think there is quite a lot that is hidden, and your research should be able to unearth this. I want to see you. Yes, your research should be able to unearth the hidden dynamics if we are very truthful, if we are very sincere about giving women power and not just having them sitting there and nodding. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go with this row. So if there's any other hand on that row, yes, Brenda.
Okay, thank you so much, Cyprian, for the wonderful presentation. I think my contribution would go to the women, back to our societies. Let the women respect, appreciate, and support fellow women. The reason we cannot rise to these leadership ranks is because we are our own enemies. Yesterday, I boarded a vehicle, sorry to say this. There is a woman, a retired teacher, who wants to vie for an MCA position. Unfortunately, she was with fellow women, but then they alighted after some time. So after that, then she was the point of discussion. You hear these women saying, sasa we anaenda wapi? She's wasting her money. Even the little resources that she is giving out, amepewa na wanaume. So if that is the attitude, we are killing our own selves.
they pull her down women. So let us change our attitudes towards fellow women. Thank you.
It's fine. Let's finish the first row.
Yeah, thank you for that elaborate and eloquent presentation. I tend to support my sister Brenda, and I commend IRCK for the good job that they have done, and especially in Kisumu County. We just need to join forces and form a network, a national network that would help we women, most women who want to aspire to get the political seats. Of course, IRCK cannot follow us on our doorsteps. It is we to take an action. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Also, thank you for that presentation. There is a law that our brothers can pray. And that law is empowering women in all religion sections. Number one, if we are not respected in our religion sections or in our religion areas, how do you think that now the less will respect we as women? A woman tries to rise up, but she seems to be a threat to many men. When we come to how God created a woman in brain structure, women are gifted in different ways. We might not have the energy and strength to fight back, but God gave us the creativity in us, in every woman. And so when this is presented, now you see men are fighting women in this religion section. So that is the main problem that we are having. If our fellow men who are here or in our religious section can support this woman to grow and to thrive in that position and the talent that God has given her, we shall, I concur with everyone who is saying, even in our social area and political area, that woman will thrive far because there is no threat. But when a woman seems to be a threat, just a weak woman seems to be a threat to this man, that is the end of a woman.
I suggest we have these two tables, then we end this at the first round, then we pick from the other table and finish over here. So we can start with here, can start with these first two tables, and then we discuss, and then we complete with the other, so that Stephen can be able to have enough time to respond.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation one and all those findings. I want to pick on number 6 in the recommendations, where we are talking about supporting many women to enter public leadership. One, we already have, I support that one. And I want to look at what is happening in the society and in our Kenyan situation. That we already have several women who are already in public leadership. You may go to a place like the county of Machakos. The woman leader is one of our church members. The governor, the woman rep is also again one of our church leaders. And I congratulate them for that achievement. And maybe we can now talk of others elsewhere. But now, together with the women who are in public leadership, we also have many men, people of the church, let me call them that, and from the different religious organizations that we have. My concern is what the kind of example that they have given so far might be so discouraging, because there are so many names of Christians in public leadership, both men and women. There are so many names of church people, most and all that in leadership. And at the same time, we are talking of what we had, the report that we had in the morning. That report is not coming from people, is not about people who never go to church. Actually, so many of them are called Chaos, baptismal names and Christian names, and and so the concern we asking, what I'm asking myself, and I want to pass across now is, what is the emphasis, even as we seek to have leaders, women leaders and others? Are we emphasizing just rituals? Are we emphasizing just structures in terms of beautiful, buildings and the structures of the worship centers and all that? Are we emphasizing just documents that my church has good researcher on this and that? Or we are emphasizing the values and the virtues? The youth helped us to think about this when they said, we want accountability. Yes, you are baptized, but we want accountability. Yes, you are in leadership, but we want accountability. We want to see integrity in these leaders. So I think this is the main concern that I'm posing across, that whoever comes into leadership, whether man or woman, there is more than just the name. There is more than just the religious background that has to be done. And then my sister there said the other point I wanted to emphasize, that if women trusted women, all the leaders would actually be women around. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the good presentation. I think I was just smiling as you're presenting this, and I think for me it's because it's the reality. And I think the biggest question is, the doctrines are there, the policies are there as they are. So what realistic, transformation does this research seek to achieve? And for me, again, these are beautiful recommendations. And I'm looking at, number 6 has already been talked about. Number 4, where you're talking about the leadership forum of women. So in addition to just there being annual meeting or 2-year meetings, can there be deliberate efforts to capacity build the women? And what is the role of men in that? Because, we were having that discussion in the morning with Edie, and it is true, if we act like we're leaving men behind or we are competing our men, then we lose it, and we will actually never get to that leadership role that we are aiming to get to. So again, what is the role of men, even as we seek to have more women at the top leadership in our faith organizations? So how do we build the capacity of women? I've been in several forums, and there's one we had, and these women were actually, we were talking about leadership and management, and majority of women were confessing that they actually feel inadequate. So is it that even as we talk of the MCA positions at the ward levels, we as women do not feel inadequate? Is it because of the resources? Is it because of the norms and cultures where we come from? So perhaps this can have that deliberate view of what are the specific issues that can really help to address the reality that we are facing currently, whereby majority are just men. So perhaps that's something, and I really think that perhaps the Hindu Council can also teach us. I really admire Siddhartha, and I know perhaps there is what the Hindu Council is doing that perhaps the other religions are not doing. So really thank you for this, and I will be looking forward to how this grows into. Thank you.
Just a small addition. I think now I need to stand. I think we also need to be cautious on how we are engulfed by the different narratives, whether they're cultural, whether they are from, I'm not against men, I really love my brothers, I've been working with them quite a number here in the room, but even how toxic and positive masculinity are shaping our women. So I think as women, we need also to be cautious, not all the time to put the burdens on ourselves, and not only to see ourselves as the obstacle. There are many dynamics, so we need to be real on time, we need to be real on the trends, and we need to be real on giving. I've heard you talking a lot about justice, giving our women justice, and that this doesn't mean that we are competing. No, we're not competing with our men, we want them on board, but it's very important when we have the women voices, because there are certain things, they always say women have the sixth sense. Even in war, even when, for example, we send missions, women on mission, when you send men alone, there are certain things that will not be addressed in the warfield. But when a woman is there, they'll be able to address unique needs of women and children. So let us not deny our society this important gender through inclusion and through burdening ourselves. I don't, through burdening ourselves, I think from where I sit, I'm sorry to say this, from where I sit, I think I'm done with the issue. Another women is hampering my path. No, they're the powerhouse. Thank you.
You can take all, right? Yes. You can take all, eh? All right. So let's just have all the input and then Cyprian. Maybe, where have you reached?
Yeah.
Edie, you'll speak last.
Thank you. Policies supporting women do exist. Some churches and religious organizations also have rules that allow women to take leadership roles. But unfortunately, policies are not fully used. Even when rules allow women to lead, they are not always followed. Tradition is stronger than policy. That is what they believe in. They say men always lead. What are the simple message for this? Policies that support women leadership in religious organizations exist, but they are not fully used. Culture, tradition, and lack of support is still block women. When these policies are applied, women lead well and communities become stronger. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentations that was made. I want to probably just contribute from Roman number 6, and building up on an idea that my sister there from Kisumu shared, because I think the very fact that we have 47 women representatives, we wouldn't have that if it wasn't for the Constitution. So, in other words, we need structures that entrench the reality of having women in leadership. So probably I would even begin by just an inquiry. When it comes to IRCK leadership at the very top threshold, I've seen one lady, and I'm very excited about that, just like Elizabeth has said. I think I'm wondering how many other women are in the board of IRCK. Why I'm asking that is because this body that brings together all these religious bodies would demonstrate by action practically how the rest can ensure that even if the very leaders of the 9 different organizations are men, there should be a space for an additional woman, so that then maybe we will have a man and a woman from each of the organizations, so that there is at least a demonstration of a 3rd gender rule that has already been communicated in the Constitution of Kenya. So that is one of the things that I would ask. And then number two is to probably inquire. IRCK embodies the very first stanza of the national anthem. As in, if there is a group of people that can deal with corruption to the root, the conversation can be launched from this platform. And so I'm just wondering, and especially from the previous submission about where we are headed, because I think we left here feeling, oh my, mbele haiko sawa. So IRCK and the platform we have, what is it that can intentionally be seen as demonstrating a role in ensuring that we don't end up with the bloody reality that is already in our eyes? And having a very intentional civic discourse. And because of this meeting, upholding the voices of women in this as a solution to the issues that we are foreseeing. Thank you.
As for me, I wanted to maybe put up a recommendation. So I think the blanket argument is that women are not very well represented in the different institutions, as per I think the slides that were previously showed to us. So I would like to maybe suggest that we tie public funding to gender compliance. So when we, for instance, most of the organizations, the respective religious foundations, they use the foundation as a way of getting sources. So if we tend to make it an unnegotiable that the two-third is represented well in that respective organization or foundation, yeah, I think it will force structural inclusion for the women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bibi Ahmed. My recommendation was tumetoka mbali na sasa at least naona hatungekuwa hapa kama hakukuwa na improvement from start. Let's appreciate that first. The next thing niseme, let's shape our attitude as women. Let's shape our attitude as women. Alafu pia as a community, let's shape our attitude and norms. Now don't mix norms and culture with religion. Hapo ndo watu wengi wanakosea. Kwa sababu tunapata we are all Muslim, alafu utapata another Muslim from another region anasema Waislamu wanagandamizwa. Why huko kwenu na huko kwetu tumepewa idea? Kwa sababu the Quran, it's straightforward, has given a woman a power, has elaborate the role of a woman, ambayo ikifuatiliwa vizuri imeshinda katiba. But the way venye tunaweka culture in the religion, ndo tunasuppress, tuna find is excuses. So let's shape our attitude and norms to create safe space ili sutu wenyewe. Na kitu kingine as women, don't back down. Fight for that space. Wacha waseme, wachoke, wafanye. Let's make ourselves a salt. They will use it whether they like it or they don't like it. They will use you. Let's make yourself salt in that society. Thank you. Wow. Umesikia tukwe chumvi? We are already salt because we are here. Yes. From my side, I'm Momina Alaso. I didn't introduce myself before, but I'm Momina Alaso. I come from Supreme Council of Kenya, Kilifi County. Okay, to add on is that it was better for us to know the mapping of the women leaders who come from women of faith, those who are in leadership. The other thing is, as women, we have come from far, especially as Muslims. We never used to be in this kind of platforms. Now we are here.
at the same place with our brothers in the platform and giving out our voices. That is something that we applaud and we appreciate. The other thing is women leadership. As much as we are not like before. Before we were very small in terms of leadership. Now we are coming up and looking for these positions. It's not that we are begging, we are looking for it. It's only that most of the time our problem is economical. That is the thing that which is making us not to clinch most of the positions. But if we get economical empowerment, I believe many women will be in political seats. The other thing is we haven't reached the two-third gender threshold. It's not that we discriminate each other, but it's only that some narratives which are put into women's ideas, which is making them to look low to the other women. But if we just tukirekebisha hiyo, I believe all of us tutapata hizo nafasi. Asante. Na sisi ni chumvi.
Thank you for that presentation. I have a recommendation and advice. So my recommendation is that while you are doing this finding, I know you have said you have not concluded, and also you are waiting from some 2 RCPs, but this finding to be given values next time, I think you have to mention the source of that certain information. Or rather, when you are doing your, research, you have to mention the reference. Because as for Marsabit County, you know, there is one of the RCB that you have mentioned there, 376 members and 47 are women. And I could ask, although today I will not ask you, who is the woman represented from Marsabit County? Because I was in leadership almost 10 years now, but I don't know who represented that organization as a woman. I mean, these findings, maybe you cannot just sit in the office and just conclude your findings. Ask from the grassroots level, and maybe they will give you advice. My advice also is to all women in the room, please join us for you to win this race. Because I have come to realize that the enemy of women are women themselves. But please don't blame other gender. Don't blame us. Because when a woman may be aspirant and she wants to be in a leadership position, how many of you will vote for her? Many of women will criticize her. Yes, and I came to realize even doctors, yeah, not only in a position, in a politics leadership, even in a hospital there, many women, they will, ask for a male doctor, to give, service instead of a woman. So that is problem now. Ni kama ile ya shoka. Unajua shoka ili complain sometimes back. Forest ili complain. Miti zimeisha. You know what Shoka said? I could not conclude this journey if that rule is not there. Hiyo committee kadogo ndio isi support mpaka forest ishe. So that is my findings also, and I'm very sorry if maybe you have seen it otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, I'm Reverend John Kamau. Thank you, Cyprian, for that very informative research. And we are still looking forward to see more. Now, I would only want to add something and say that if women loved themselves, they would be the president of this country. They would be in every space of leadership. Because when you look at the numbers, they even have the the numbers than men. I think the thing is about indoctrination. Right from the onset, when you have some twins, fraternal twins, one is a boy and the other one is a girl. And then you meet, this is cultural, and then you meet them crying. You tell the boy you cannot cry like a woman, but you let the girl continue crying. So I think some of these structural or cultural indoctrination right from the onset, they make women lack the confidence to lead. And I think it is better, like in OIC. OIC, you know, is the custodian of culture. And that is where I work. And I'm so happy that we have Bishop Betty, and we have Bishop Betty, and we have, now we have a few bishops who are women. But it has taken a journey to even have them where they are because of that indoctrination. I went to a certain workshop that was in Ukweli Pastoral Care at Kisumu. And when we were talking about women leadership, and one of the women was given some role to play as a leader, they said, I cannot become this and that when Mr. So-and-so is here. And she was being elected because she had the knowledge, she was a doctor, she had a PhD, but he still feels that when a man is there, I am not supposed to lead. So let us deal with what can give the women confidence to lead, and I think they will take positions of leadership. Otherwise, we love you and we welcome you. We are not against you.
I want to base my recommendation on point 3 on mentorship. I think what I want to say is that even the women who are already in leadership, they still need a lot of capacity building and confidence that has been talked about. And we also still need role models that we can borrow in from. Look at them, see how they're doing things, and move. So I want to bring even the women who are already in leadership. 2, I think I'm already tired with this thing that we are talking about. We've been talking about it for years, about women being enemies to fellow women. I'm not taking it up. I'm tired of it. What we need to do, we need to come up with speed on how we can see how women can come into leadership. Look at things that we already have. Look at plans that we already have. And move with speed and not keep on talking about us being enemies of one another. Time is up. We need to move from that.
Yeah, mine will be brief. Women, we are ready to support you as men. Nyinyi tu mjitokeze, msimame, mjionyeshe, sisi tutawasupport. Ingine ni kusema kwamba I was looking at those 6 points. I don't know, Mr. Cyprian, whether we can make or IRC can make an anthem. Hata kama itakuwa, I don't know whether there's a national anthem or something, an anthem for IRCK, my recommendation.
I guess the topic was so interesting that to the point where everyone wants to talk. I have a recommendation and I also have a question. My recommendation will be that you conduct an internal audit and set targets, where the RCBS should be encouraged to conduct a baseline audit of gender representation across all the structures, where the national, regional, county, or churches, mosques, and temples Based on this, they should set and publish 5-year targets for increasing women's leadership with annual progress reviews. And the question will also be on the women leadership. That would be point 4. How can the Revive Women of Faith Forum be used as a powerful collective to advocate for women inclusion, not just in religious bodies, but also in the public leadership roles? And I didn't want to say this, but from the point that I heard, it's not only women who are enemies of other women. I believe sometimes I've walked in a room where men don't respect what I'm saying, looking at the gender instead of looking what I am implying or implementing. So we also request men, don't look at the gender, but listen to the person what they're saying or the message they're sending. That. So it's not always women, it's also the men.
I want to ask Cyprian to help us deal with this speculation of woman being an enemy of a woman. Would you help us do a research, and find out whether women trust women leadership and women want to be led by women? It is true, and I've done this is my own personal finding, that the younger generation, women are more empowered than men. And that is why when it comes to marriage, I don't know whether it happens for other cultures, there is a bit of struggle because the age mates should get married to each other. The female gender is more empowered. They have PhDs, and some do not, their peers do not even have a degree or something. So how comes it is changing, going up? And how comes you're not having many women climbing to the top? Thanks.
Thank you. I congratulate the men in the House for deciding to help the women to come up to the high-level seats. Mine is to just encourage women. Let's continue doing what you are doing. Don't look at what is around you. Do those things until these men, the other people, they see the potential in you. In most cases, we use only the women. Make these men to implement even your ideas in your wisdom. Then they are going to see the strength in you. Because I remember one time there was a meeting, a very high-level meeting in our church, and I complained when I saw the statement was being read and there was no woman bishop who was already in the. When I asked these men trying to tell me, hey, mama, mjitume. Nikamwambia tunajituma, but men also has to give us that chance. So, women, let's keep on doing what we are doing until they see our strength. Yeah.
Cyprian, allow me stand because this is about women. Yes. I want to encourage my fellow women in the room. We are not enemies of ourselves, and we can lead. I have been in leadership from the year 2000. I'm the first woman archbishop, I think, in OIC and in Kenya. The second woman archbishop is Dr. Winnie Owiti from EAK. And I'm so happy today to report that even within the NCCK, the Anglican, we have 2 women bishops. That is Emily and Rose from Bungoma. And women have come.
Rose from Butere.
Yes, from Butere. Women have come. She is a bishop. And there are several women bishops. Let us not be intimidated. We can. I'm speaking with you today I'm the Vice Chair, Kenya Women of Faith Network, under Interreligious Council of Kenya. And I'm the chairperson of Kisumu Interfaith Network. And women like the leadership of other women. It is women who have built me up. It is younger women. And I say that with a lot of confidence. I am the first woman leader to lead our church in Tanzania. I was an archbishop in Tanzania before I came to Kenya. And in Tanzania, I was supported by women. In Kenya, I am supported with women. In OIC, where Reverend Kamau sits at the secretariat, I am the women leader, and I am supported by women. I have a very strong campaigner. She's not here today, one of our secretariat, Rose Njoka. You speak about Betty, Rose Njoka will tell me. So I believe women can support women. And let's not be intimidated. Let me go back to my issues. Cyprian, I have 5 issues. Number 1 is your number 5, number 4 recommendation. As the vice chair is strengthened to have an annual or regional meeting, but we want how our voice can reach at the apex, not just having a meeting, but even after that meeting, who represents us at the apex? Is it the chair of the Kenya Women of Faith Network being co-opted? So it is about co-opting so that our resolutions reach at the apex. That would then be my beautiful recommendation. Then number 2, actually we also need to strengthen the women desk, just as you put it. So there is corruption and there is strengthening. And then you talked about in your beautiful representation about the policy. I would wish to see the end of this research or finding about the policies. Some institutions didn't have policy. So I would add my voice in the policy, because the policy is then the decision. That how do we encourage RCBs to have policies? So that recommendation that every RCB should have a policy informing women decision and women into leadership. Then I would talk about, I would plead, I know our director, the board is here. I would plead that one of the recommendations should be at the national level, let's have a budget for women. Because without budget, we are not there. If we could have a allocated budget for Kenya Women of Faith Network, then I think our voice will be heard. Without money, Kiswahili kinasema huna sauti. Lakini ukiwa na pesa, kasauti katatoka. So we need a budget. Then I would be against recommendation number 5. Number 6. Before we go to recommendation number 6, we must interrogate ourselves. For the Bible says, before you remove somebody an log in their eye, remove yours first. What is our leadership presentation on women in our RCBs? So I would narrow down to ourselves first. So how do we bring us, not in commissions, not in other things that sits at the periphery, but at the apex? If it means calling for amendment of our constitution, then I would really go for that. That we really amend the constitution to pave way for women representative up to the decision-making body, so that we are not just saying that women be brought to the commission, to hizo vitu za kando kando. Well, our voice today should be, how do we want the women at the apex? And lastly, we have a leadership, and I know our director is here. We have a leadership, Kenya Women of Faith Network. When we were calling this meeting, I don't know whether we gave it a consideration. And if not, my recommendation, any women forum, we need to bring women, Kenya Women of Faith Network, in this particular forum. Thank you. Thank you. The Lord is good. Thank you. I'm Pastor Susan Odidi. I'm the Women Ministry Director. I didn't introduce myself. Thank you so much for coming up with a very staunch, profound, and profound review. I just want to say something about women. Oh, women, we have power, and we are the majority. That I want to tell you. And me as a leader, I normally say that I have to lead because the Lord is the one who's appointed me. He's the one who anointed me and set me apart. There's no day I will say that I can. Me as a woman, I can. I will not say I cannot do it. Yes, so I want to tell ladies in the house that we need a representative who can represent women. Because women, we are here and we are majority and we want our voice to be heard. Like in the government of Kenya, there's no women there. We have the President Ruto and the Vice President. So we need a women representative because we are the majority. We need our voice to be heard, not men being on the top, then women, that culture makes us to fear. So we don't want the culture permeating in the hearts of women that we cannot. We can, women. Let us stand firm and let us stand strong like Deborah, that we can conquer. May the Lord bless you.
Before that, just if you can give me 1 minute.
Thank you, ladies, for your powerful statements. I'm really impressed. I'm there sitting on the leadership. Sitting on the leadership, it gives, yes, very good. But we undergo into a lot of stress. That time I don't see whether I'm a woman or a man. If it is a duty, you have to do the duty. If it is a strict decision, if you have to take, we have to take that decision. That time we don't see that women are jealous about us or men are jealous about us. When you are as a leader, everyone is jealous about you. They want to pull you down. You have to be very strong. Yeah. And once you are committed, you have to committed. Morning I went 6:30, I was having a meeting at the State House. I was there. Even I am also a mother and a wife. I have to do my housework, something. So before that, I have to do, before 6:30, I did my work. I went there and straight away I came here. And 4 o'clock, some people are coming to Hindu Council to meet me. So this is the commitment as a woman. Sometimes the people, they say, they call me in the Hindu Council, you are an iron lady. Yes, I have to prove, because people elected me. So that one I said, yes, I promised that time. I have to be very strong when making the decisions. People, they will come, sometimes they'll do emotional blackmail. Emotional blackmail because they think I'm a lady so that I can. But I have to go and see the documents, whether it is right or wrong. So it is very difficult as a, I have to train myself before taking any decision. And I have 8 vice chairs under me. Is it a simple task? No. It is not that simple. Sometimes they will say, you don't have any work, so that's why you are sitting here. It is not true. Yeah. And before me,
I think our ED also knows. Other chairmen, they never used to come IRCK meetings. They don't have the time to come here. Now the relationship between IRCK and Hindu Council, it is improved. It is improved. And now, even now I became as a woman. So many domestic cases in the Hindu families. Before we never know these things are happening in our Hindu community. Now the people are coming because I'm listening to them. I can understand their problems. So these are the people now, they are coming and they're they're crying, and I said, what happened? So I don't know about other religious bodies, but Hindus, they don't want to tell. Any domestic violence, they don't want to tell. Even if husband is beating, they don't want to tell. They don't want to give the police complaint. Then I have to sit with them and convince them. If somebody is doing these things, you have to complain to the police. So these are the things are there. Women are there. We don't think our sisters are jealous. Everyone is jealous about that. Don't think that side. What is your role as a leader? What is your goal? These are the things we have to focus on this. Thank you for your listening to me. I thought when I'm listening, said, because the time is very short, I said, I don't want to open my mouth. But listening to that, we are not enemies, the way you look at, so we have to change that. So everyone is there. We are there to support our people. So that is the thing. Something, Sana.
I don't know where director has gone.
No, this Indonesian embassy people, they're here.
Oh, okay, all right.
They want to come and listen to us.
Yes, yeah, they should.
Yes, yesterday we were with them and we explained about this program.
They should.
So we want to show that our women empowerment here. But thank you, Mr. Cyprian.
Let's appreciate Sujata. This is what I want to say. Director can, Rolex, I think director can even speak afterwards. He has been called outside. If you can hear me, can you raise your hand if you are hearing me? And then what about if you are seeing me? All right, okay. There's a table that are not seeing me, that's why I asked that, whether you are still seeing or hearing me. Okay, the last time, can you hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me. Okay, so I have your attention. I'm going to take 2 minutes and I'll stop. So what I have done as the researcher is that I have taken notes consistently from all of you, because I am going to incorporate the recommendations that you've made, the comments that you've made, the improvements that you've suggested. I have taken all of them up. And I'm not going to respond to your inputs in any particular format, because that is not the intention of the session that we have just concluded. The session was for enriching this report, and you've given recommendations at various levels, and you've made comments from where we started with our sister, and we've done very, very well across. Here is the only thing that I want to say. I want to say that I have done this work for, this probably is my 19th year working in the area of gender equality. I even sat at the board of the UN Women for 6 years, and that's when we formed the campaign that we called He for She. Maybe that's one of the things that we should think about, how to raise male champions for gender equality within the religious organizations, the RCPs and the religious organizations. But I want to say the following, that women cannot be enemies of women. And I have evidence, because I have written extensively. The way patriarchy works, I'm now speaking very technical language because I want us to understand why this thing about women being enemies of women is a myth. It's actually a myth. I don't want to call it a lie. I want to call it a myth because that's what it is. man and patriarchy controls power using 5 things in society. First of all, I told you that women don't control political parties. In all the 47 counties, Father, men sit in every county, all the 47 counties, men sit here in Nairobi. They sit and say, who are we going to make women rep? They say it's so and so. Why not this one? We only care son. And you know, they control the parties. So once they have decided it is Rose, they are going to give her the ticket. And she's going to become the women rep. That's the first thing, control of political parties. I told you about money. The control of money controls outcomes. So how are women their own worst enemies? Women are all at a disadvantaged position. So they have to undercut each other so that they get the ticket and the support. If you are looking for a seat of Senator of Machakos, I'm just giving an example, because Kabindu there is the senator. You cannot campaign in all those 9 constituencies if you don't have money. So you have to look for the vehicle, the camp that is moving, and so that you can onboard and benefit from that arrangement. So how are women enemies when they are trying to survive in a game they don't control? They are trying to survive in a game they don't control. They don't control parties, they don't control money. Number 3, and people forget this, politics in Africa and in Kenya particularly is ethnic. So now, you are married in this place and you want to become member of parliament there. You were not born there. Are you getting what I'm saying? It is men who control ethnic communities. It is men who control clans. So women have to look for a way of how to ride on the resources and the influence that men in that area control. Number 4, women don't control religious institutions. Women control very few religious organizations. And because of this, you find that women have to look for, can we welcome our director and our visitor? Why is our visitor, director, why are you putting our visitor very far back there? Oh, okay, all right, thank you very much. So I want to really emphasize that the control of religion, of tribes, of money, of parties, even of media and violence. People do not know that violence is one of the most powerful determinants of outcomes. Violence. Violence is a powerful thing and it's the most evil. That's why GBV affects women negatively the most, gender-based violence. So I want to pause there and acknowledge that we've taken all the comments. We are going to use them to enrich this report, and then we'll call for the validation workshop where we will be able to expose the report to these inputs, and then we'll go to the final stage of publication. So Rolex, I want to really thank all of us for the excellent work that we've done, so that we can invite our director to make certain remarks, and then we will be able to close the session. Why don't you welcome him, please, to come and make his remarks.
Thank you, Cyprian. Thank you, members. Good afternoon once more. Good afternoon. Yeah, this is a great moment, and I'm happy that the discussions are so lively, that people are passionate about this topic of women involvement in leadership. And the whole intention is for women to lead in order to prevent extremism within our churches, within our mosques, within our families and in the community. And just to say that we have received 2 guests who feel they have come very late. They were to arrive around 11, but they had 2 previous meetings, so they couldn't make it. But we thank God that even after the 3rd meeting, they have made it. Yeah. So
we can appreciate that.
Let's appreciate that. Yeah. So we will catch up with them in the next session, if they'll be waiting for us. So then, but I would like to talk a few things that I listened to, and apologies for coming after Cyprian. One is that, as I said in the morning, the regional leaders, our sector sets narrative. I can tell you, if today, as the regional leaders, we agree that women leadership is acceptable, is okay, is good, give it 2, 3, 4 years, and you find women leaders. Just the same way, before I think people did not believe in education, or look at the issue like FGM, female circumcision. How did it fizzle out? By religious leaders saying, no, the Bible does not promote, the Quran does not promote, our Gita does not promote. And the whole society now believes, this thing is not supported. It is not a good thing. So basically, it's about us setting narratives, creating narratives, and setting narratives, and promoting narratives. So we are here today to start a journey. I know many of you have, someone was asking, so ISK should lead by example. How comes ISK has only one leader, women leader? It is true. We also were there. We are not any different, but we are committed to walk the journey. So basically, and as I started again in the morning, as I said, our board members come from the leaders of the religious institutions. So for example, the board member from SK is the Secretary General of SK, who is Karoli Kinyajui, is a man. Then is nominee who, according to our constitution, the other alternate must be someone who qualifies to be a general secretary. So possibly that could not be a woman. So we are getting these leaders from the bodies that form ISK. But Madam Sujata is here, Father is here, we have a referee here. So we are in the process of changing our constitution. So we are, by next year we should be we are updating our constitution. And I heard when the Bishop Beto was saying, maybe that's those are some of the things we need to consider. And Elizabeth was here, you say, okay, then maybe you need to change the constitution if we can have women. So it's a discussion we have started. It's a discussion we are willing to move, because if the Kenyan constitution talks of a third gender rule, do our bodies portray that? No. From what we saw, the research, it doesn't. Women are only, we are finding them at commissions at the programs level. So, is there any wrong if we have women leaders? No. But, okay, for that, my question was, what is the quality of the women leader? We need to care to, as much as we promote women leadership, I think Father talked about that. We need values. We first need to look at the values. Let's not just talk of a woman for the sake of a woman, because I can tell you, a woman without values is not any better than a man who we want to replace. So let's look at the values. Both the women leaders and the male leaders are now on the number 6. Even as we think through how to promote women leaders in the counties and the sub-counties, let us first look at men and women of value. And then the other question I was asking, is it possible to push this through the board, that NCK should support women in the MCAs, in the MPs, and Cyprian, thank you for that. Because I'm thinking if that happens, I believe we can take like 80% or 90% of our parliament. Don't you think so? If today we decided in Makweli we have someone from KCCB, and we say we are Pinga, so all the faith there promote that person. We go to Kisumu, we say now we need OIC present the strongest candidate. That is the one we mobilize through the place of worship. I guess we can get the correct people, the right people in leadership, and we stop the crime we are doing here. So it's a journey we are starting, and pray for us, help us, let us keep because I saw that as a great thing, something that can really help. Because currently we have the leaders we have, there are people whom they are of questionable character. But then, how do they came to power? We voted for them. So can we present a better, Safaricom? Can we present a better option? Yes, it is possible. So it's a discussion we need to have and continue and make it a narrative that we pursue throughout the journey. Then okay. Thank you. The other thing is that I would like to say that capacity building of women and sensitization of men on why women leadership is important is critical for us to start doing, because if we build the capacity of women and leave men out, then we put the two at low end. That, as Intelligence Council of Kenya, we do not do, but we want a journey where both men and women work together for prosperity of our society. So I'm told lunch, we've been told that lunch ends at 2:30. So we should leave and be there before they close. So our guests, thank you so much. We will be discussing more from here. Madam Sujata, something to say?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so someone can pray for lunch, then we go our break so that they go close us out, and then we will be back again. Thank you.
We pray for lunch.
Yes.
I just want let us appreciate ourselves from morning to this morning. I appreciate it. So we are going to do a senorita clap. I think everybody understands.
Please lead us in appreciating ourselves.
Okay, we are going to do senorita, senorita.
Done very badly in times, but let's try to be back by 3 p.m.
Wanaweza ama wawezi?
Wanaweza.
Yeah, this is where we start. Yeah, we want to see them at the peak. We start here. We remember some years back we got Kongei Maneno, and today we have our women here. So we are waiting for one panelist before we proceed. Now, she's here. Kindly take the stage. Tumkaribishe na makofi. Hiyo makofi umechoka. Thank you. So I would like her to introduce herself. Namjua, lakini nikisema star kwa ile spaces zinafaa. So it's better at introduce.
Good afternoon. My name is Saida Ilan. I represent women of Faida and Nurseries. Yeah, thank you. Tumejuana asubuhi. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to ask now if you can briefly, because we are time bound here, what are more significant gaps limiting women of faith from fully participating in leadership roles within religious and community peace-building structures, and how can these gaps be addressed? I think I'll go first with Bishop to Kienda Iko.
Thank you so much. I think we have number one, to respond to your question, we have theological and doctrinal interpretation. Majorly they have been interpreted more so to favor men in leadership. And also, if you look at the writers also favored men in terms of leadership. And this gives a huge gap. You look at culture, and culture is embedded in the patriarchy system. And the patriarchy system actually favors men more than women. And the issues that we had in the morning is about inclusion, the socio-economic, the money, who controls money. This also favors the male gender. And these are huge gaps that I want to talk about. And how do we bridge the gap? So in terms of bridging the gap, the theologians, cross-cutting all the religion, need to bring the women, theological, the feminine, the femininity in theology into play. To bring women like Deborah, who are judges. To bring women who are apostles, like Jenny. And so many women who are mentioned in the Bible. And even the Mary Magdalene, who did a critical role in the ministry of Christianity by being the first person to witness and proclaim the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. How does this impact women in terms of religious institution? And once this is interpreted correctly, and women get their position into religious circle, the power of women using the pulpit to influence other women in the community and political position then goes unseen. It will be just unanimous. And I want to end by reading a quote. And this is what I want to give us all. Empowering women of faith in leadership is not a departure from faith, but it is a return of justice.
stewardship, and shared calling. This will help us bridge the gap. Let's invite women into leadership.
Oh, thank you. Can we give her a round of applause? Coming from Kilifi County.
Good afternoon again. Okay, uongozi wa kina mama. Ikiwa mama hana elimu, kama dadangu alivyosema, mambo ya elimu ya dini, mtoto wetu atakuwa na elimu kweli? Huu mtoto wa kike tunamfundisha nini? Itakuwa ni vigumu sana ikiwa wewe mama una elimu na tunataka kupata nafasi za nyanja za juu za kidini katika hizi ni vizuri sisi wenyewe tujifunze mwanzo ni nini tunataka, na tunachotaka ni tupate hizo nafasi. Hizo nafasi tutazipata vipi? Kwa kweli kuna wengi wetu wako katika hizo nafasi katika makanisa. Katika imani yetu ya Kiislamu tuko na mipaka na hatutaki kuvunja hizo mipaka, tunaiheshimu. Na nafasi hizo tuishukuru kabisa kwa kuzipata, maana ndio maana leo tuko hapa. Gaps zenye ziko ni kuwa tuko na issue ya kwanza ni financial issue inafanya wanawake kuwa wako chini na kutojielewa kupata hizo nafasi. Alafu nakuwa na lack of meaningful engagement for women and youth. Ikiwa hizo nafasi tutazicreate sisi wenyewe tuzitafute, hapo naona tutakuwa nafasi nzuri sana ya kuwa na hizo positions na kuifanyia kazi, maana watoto wetu tutakuwa na elimu ya kufundisha, even our watapigania hizo nafasi. Ni mpaka sisi wenyewe tuwe tunajielewa na ndio tuweze kuikazania hiyo nafasi zaidi, na tuna appreciate saizi pia wanawake wako katika hizo nafasi, ingaje hatuko wengi, na tunataka kuzidi kupata hizo nafasi. Like religious affiliations zenye ziko hapa, baadhi ziko na nafasi ya wanawake, baadhi hazina. So wenye hawana, let them create those policies ya wanawake to make sure that women are in that positions. Si ati tunaomba, ni muhimu pia sisi tuonekane tuko katika hizo ndio tuweze kufaika katika jamii. Asante.
Tumpatie round of applause kwa Kiswahili. Mzunguko wa tumeshangaa kwa Kiingereza kwa sababu najua Kilifi. At least umeweza kuwakilisha inavyofaa. Na nafikiri katika yale nimeweza kunukuu ni kuwa ni ukosefu wa elimu, na katika Uislamu tunasema al-ummu madrasatun, kuwa mama ni madrasa. Na wewe unatafuta uongozi, na ilhali hauna ile msingi ya elimu, utaongoza vipi? Kwa hiyo ni nukta ambazo ni za muhimu ambazo wameweza kuziweka, na tukiendelea tuweze kupata kutoka kaskazini mwa nchi ya Kenya, tusikie kutoka kwa dada yetu Saida.
Thank you. I go by cultural and religious barriers. Many cultures have a norm that assign leadership to men and relegated women to supportive or softer norm. How do we address this? We facilitate a faith-based dialogue within congregation and interfaith form to challenge stereotype about gender roles in leadership. Limited education and skills and confidence. Somebody talk about confidence some other time. How do we support them if there is no any training? We give to create awareness, to educate, to support women to gain their confidence. Limited visibility and recognition. Women are often active in peace building at community levels, but invisible in form of peace negotiation. How do we address it? We establish a data tracking report on a woman participation rate, so gaps are recognized and monitored. Yeah, thank you.
Our sister had some Kenya. I don't know. She's as if she knew what was going to come. So I think I've been able to note that one of the things, considering she comes from the north, where cultural barriers and also religious barriers, as she has said, are also some of the main challenges that deter women from fully participating or taking up these roles. Without much ado, can we go to the second? What opportunities that exist both within faith institutions and interfaith platforms, that's intra and interfaith, to strengthen and elevate women of faith as leaders in peacebuilding and PCB. We go to Archbishop.
One of the opportunities that actually is prevailing amongst us is this platform, Interreligious Council of Kenya. It gives us an equal opportunity in matter space, and more so being intentional in bringing women, different categories together, because they bring women, they bring youth, just to articulate their own issues. So I feel a safe space that is being provided within us is an opportunity that we need to grab to build ourselves, to capacity build ourselves, and position ourselves within the communities that we come from. Second opportunity is we can sit using that very platform and even our RCB's platform. We can sit and freely interpret our religious books and look at what did we do then, what can we do now in terms of peace. I would quote a woman in the Bible, Deborah. I would quote a woman like Esther in terms of peace, war and violence. If we sit together and then interrogate position of women in this and what those women that we mirror ourselves from did at that particular time, in terms of lobbying, in terms of advocacy, what are we able to do? Because those are our references book that we can quote. And then their government of Kenya has come up with different opportunities. I'd want to plead with us, even at the county levels. Let's position ourselves that we are found in the county gender technical working group. We find ourselves in the peace forums at the county levels. Our voice will be amplified if we are in those particular positions at the county. And even in our homes where we come from, influence starts at the family level. What role do we play in peace at the family? Then we go to sub-county. We go to our society. How do we broker peace? How do we navigate? How do we restore? The Bible says in the book of Matthew, blessed are peacemakers. Peace is made. So I would want to plead with the women in the room
Let's make peace intentional. Thank you.
Yeah, tumpigie makofi. Yeah, talking of opportunities, I think we already have a platform where we have women of faith. This is a starting point, and all other platforms that she mentioned within our faith spaces, our RCBs, within the government platforms and so on. So these are places where we can win. I remember some years back akina Sharif Nasir kusema sisi kama kina mama, so we as women ama ni women alafu you women sio. So, but this is where we start from as we proceed. Alafu I just want to throw some spanners in the works. So do we just sit down and wait for that leadership for us, or we pursue? I think you still answer the same question she answered.
Okay, opportunities zenye tumepata ni kuwa mandugu zetu men wenye wako hapa na pia wale wako nje waligundua bila wamama hawawezi, because kitambo wao ndo walikuwa katika kwenye hizo platforms hizo kubwa kubwa, but ikawabidi wa create nafasi za kina mama. Ndio mnaona tumepata nafasi ya women in faith, tukapata women desk, Post Interfaith Council of Clerics tuko na women desk. Hiyo women desk imetuempower kiasi cha kuwa tumejielewa ya kuwa tulikuwa tuko nyuma katika masala za imani, tulikuwa tuko nyuma kabisa. So tumejielewa, mandugu zetu wa Kristo, Waislamu, Kaya huko nakotoka, Wahindu, tumeshikana na tunatembeleana hata katika makanisani, misikitini, kaya zetu za Kaya ART. Hiyo ni kuonyesha ya kuwa kwa kweli kuna umuhimu kabisa mama kuwa katika hiyo platform, because kuna vitu ambazo wanaume hawezi wakadiscuss. Ni mpaka huyu mama awe ako pale aweze kuvukisha hiyo ujumbe. Unaona, change huwa haikuji mara moja, ni pole pole. Tulipopata hizo nafasi na sisi pia twashukuru, tukai grab, tukawa kwa women desk, sasa tuko kwa women in faith network. You can see the change. At least with the time tutakuwa pia tuko katika hizo board with the time. Huwa hatupush na nguvu, ni pole pole tu, unaona. So hii nafasi imetupatia nafasi kubwa hata pia kuwa katika board zingine. Like me nashukuru niko katika board ya lands Kilifi County, na pia niko katika board ya security. Ni kwa sababu gani? Wakati tulijitokeza kwa women desk tulitambulika, na tukienda mikutano introduce ourselves, tunatoka kwa religious women leaders, tumetambulika kiasi cha kuwa unasikia uko katika board fulani umechaguliwa. Hiyo ni nafasi ambazo tumebarikiwa nayo, na imani kuna wamama pia wako hapa wako na nafasi kama hizo. So change haikuji mara moja, but na imani with the time tutafika malengo ambayo tunatarajia. Asante.
Tupeni mzunguko wa makofi. Okay, I think I've been able I would like to quote from her when she said that that men at some point realized that they cannot do without women. Now that's why they came up with they gave up these opportunities and so on. But also looking at great women like Akina Wangari Maathai, the current Iron Lady, Martha Karua, wengine across the border huko akina Helen Salif Johnson, na kuna mama yetu hapa jirani. Do you really want to say tu alikaa tu na ikakuja hivi rahisi? How and if they want to push uweze kufika hapo, how firmly tunafaa tupush tuweze kurealize tuweze kufika sehemu kama hiyo. So answering that and the question that has been answered before.
I go by training and mentorship from experienced women, leaders, help others grow. We have seen that we have so many confidence women here. I normally like to carry a phrase whenever I go to a platform. I normally say, we're here to learn and relearn. What we gain today from the confidence women and the very bright and smart people over here, today we learn and we relearn, by the way. So we need those kind of training from our women over here. And we also need interfaith platform. Women can lead interfaith dialogue, mediation, and community-based activities. We have a bishop over here. So it's like whatever we're talking is from the experience of what happened today in the morning. What are the key messages for all this? Faith and interfaith spaces already exist when women are supposed to lead within them.
Thank you, makofi yake. So I think I'm going to take the last question. Okay, based on your experience, what successful models or best practices have proven effective in empowering women of faith to lead collective action against violent extremism across different traditions? Na kila saa I'm just referring to a bishop. I know in most faith spaces, hautawahi sikia ati kuna bishop, alafu ukiangalia bishop it's a lady. Unasikia sheikh ama imam, alafu kutane it's a lady. So through your experience, tuambie vipi umeweza, na especially also how the best practices that have proven effective in empowering women in faith to lead collective action against violence extremism across different religious traditions.
Thank you so much. I will talk about 3 things that have worked. One thing, it's a common thing that has worked for women, is chama cha wamama, merry-go-round, as simple as it sounds. When women started coming together and contributing the small money and they could loan themselves, they could do a lot of things. Women, through so many studies, they started gaining the power and the courage. And it is from those desks that they were able to start even leadership. Kiongozi wa hiyo chama, and they could give it a name, they could have an identity, and that identity grew from houses to community level. You could find them in a funeral, they are having a different dressing attire. And that was a plus for women. And they were identified from that simple. And from that simple beginning or humble beginning, people were mentored, and people with talent and religious leadership capacity were identified. People with integrity were also identified. And you could hear, huyu hawezi weka pesa. And they could know, huyu akiweka pesa zetu tuko salama. So there were more of trust that actually came out. As simple as that, it brought some women into leadership. That if that chama grew to another level, they really knew who they would elect for leaders. And even the leaders that we are speaking today, some rose from those simple chamas. And those chama influenced women even to gain more academic. Some even didn't have proper schooling. And from sharing, they knew I can go back to school. And they supported one another. And some even started by going to Form 2. And they did their KCSE. From there, they built the education. And from that platform,
we have professors today. So that worked for women. From that, so getting together, coming together, sharing a platform has built leaders in some of mentorship and mirroring in one another and encouraging one another. For myself, allow me say, for a woman to grow to some leadership, your academic and other areas have to be sometimes very tough, double than the male counterpart, for you to demonstrate leadership. That came, and what did it speak to me? It spoke to me that we need to build one another. And from that platform, women started building one another in terms of finance and in terms of even breaking chains. And the chain that we have successfully broken today are two, as women from those platforms, that has enabled us rise to leadership. One from my community is wife inheritance. People spoke about wife inheritance without any fear in their safe space. And from that space, they conquered culture. From that space, they conquered fear. And right now, Luo women can walk shoulder high without talking or discrimination about wife inheritance. So they are very beautiful platforms. And even the female genital mutilation, it started with a very humble beginning. And I can tell you today, the chain is being broken. And some women today can walk proudly and tell you, from those discussions, they were able to overcome culture and to overcome discrimination and stigma. And women should not fear competition. We need to position ourselves to campaign, to lobby, to showcase. I demonstrated this in my own church, and I was able to showcase that I can lead. So in those competitive positions, once you break the patriarchy system, you break the culture, you will be given a platform to campaign. And from those humble beginning, the merry-go-round, the Jumias, the small Christian organizations, what are we talking about? Allow me share my last week experience. I went to an African, one of the OIC organization churches, just last week during the gender week. And I was given a platform. What was I to say in this platform? In this platform, because religion and other sectors had demonized and discriminated women on their monthly periods. That if you're going on your monthly period, then you are dirty. You don't need to come to church. We had to break this, and it is now a living testimony. And it was a very simple narrative that if you have a child, a female baby, who grows and is 14 years and has not had period, 20 years no periods, 24 years no periods, there'll be panic in this house. People will not settle. And this girl will be taken to a male priest to be prayed for. And after the prayer, when period comes, I'm sure the family will be relieved. And you are looking at the creation. Why periods? All of us seated here today, we are as a result of that period. So we need to break the chain and embrace the girl child to move ahead. And those are the discussions that has helped us to grow into leadership and break some of religious chains and some of cultural chains. And together we can.
Yeah, I once heard a person say, wewe unajiita kiongozi na hata hujawahi kuwa chairman wa matanga. Some matanga ina last a week or 2 weeks. So, you know, getting this platform, being a chair in a chama, na nini, this is where it starts. And we've heard from Archbishop how people have grown, and to be specific, how women have grown from this position to be to greater heights. And I think I'll just pass the microphone to Momina, and then we hear her perspective.
Kwa kweli mwanamke ni kiongozi katika familia yake. Kila mama anatoka katika boma, na hiyo boma yeye ndio kila kitu katika hiyo familia. Yeye ndio kila kitu. Hiyo ni ishara ya kuonyesha ya kuwa huu mama tayari ni kiongozi. Utaona wanasiasa wakitaka hiyo vyeo vyao, wanatafuta wamama wale wako very active. Wanajua ya kuwa hawa watakusanyia kura. Hawa mama wakipatana, kuna lugha yenye wao wanazungumza. Ni lugha ipi? Anajua huyu ni mwanamke mwenzake. Akimwelezea shida zake, wanaelewana. Na ni kwa urahisi huyu mama kusaidika. Hutamuona akienda akimwelezea mwanaume. Ataenda mtafute mama mwenzake, amweleze yale dhiki yenye ako nayo. Hapo yule mama anapata usaidizi. Lingine ni msemo yenye huwa yasemwa kila wakati. Behind a very successful man, there is a woman. Kweli uongo ama ndugu zangu mlioko hapa? Kila mwanaume ambaye yuko kule nje, ujue kuna mama ambaye yuwaomba kila siku. Yuko kwa magoti kule chini. Anataka kuona hii familia yake imenawiri, imeenda juu. Wamama wakielezeana shida zao, utaona huyu mama akipatikana na dhiki ya mambo ya itikadi kali, mambo ya ugaidi. Maana watoto wengi huwa wanatekwa nyara. Hata isienda kuelezea mwanaume. Atamtafuta mama ambaye ana imani katika kanisani, msikitini. Msikiti huwa tuko na darsa, na kanisa wako na wanaitaje ile vikao, zile ushirika. Yes. Hapo ndio utaona mama anafunguka. Anaeleza mama wenzake, mimi nimepatikana na hivi. Jamani, kule msikitini tukiwa na darasa, mama wanasema tumepatikana na dhiki hii. Na tunaangalia ni njia gani ya kumsaidia. Kutafuta mtu ambaye ako na ile uaminifu, anaweza yani kuzungumza na mtu bila huyo mama kupata madhara. Ndio maana anafunguka kwa haraka. Kwa hivyo mama, tuko na nafasi kubwa katika uongozi. Ikiwa mama mwenzako anaweza funga safari akaja akakuelezea dhiki yake na ukamtatulia, hiyo yamaanisha, na Mwenyezi Mungu mwenyewe anatuambia ukiwa umetatua dhiki ya mwenzako, na Mwenyezi Mungu pia anatatua dhiki zenye uko nazo wewe. Hivyo ndio dini inatuarifu ama inatufundisha. Kwa hivyo wamama, we are very strong. Tuko na hizo nafasi ya uongozi, na pia mandugu zetu wa kiume wanajua hawa mama wako na nguvu. Ni ile tu sisi wenyewe tusikubali kutekwa nyara kiakili na kuambiwa mwanamke huwezi, mwanamke huwezi. Kama ya nyumbani kwetu tumeweza, kama ya mama mwenzako umeweza, utashindwa pia na nafasi za kisiasa? Hatuwezi. Kwa hivyo nina imani sisi kwetu Kilifi County, wakati kulikuwa Christians na Muslims walikuwa hawaonani macho kwa macho, but kwa sababu ya hii uwiano wa interfaith, sasa hii utaona tunatembeleana. Mama Mkristo anaweza kuja kwako, mama Muislamu anaenda kwa Mkristo. Lingine kule kwetu utaona Mkristo ameoa Muislamu, Muislamu ameoa Mkristo. Hizi familia wanakuwa ni mandugu. Unaona, wakiwa ni mandugu, kuna venye tutaepukana? Hakuna.
Kwa vyovyote kukiwa kuna harusi kwa Wakristo, Waislamu wataenda, maana ni ndugu yao anaolewa ama dada yao anaolewa. Ikiwa ni kwa Waislamu pia vile vile, hakuna pia venye watakavyoepuka, maana tumekuwa na hiyo uwiano katika kaunti yetu ya Kilifi. Kwa hivyo sisi wamama tunaweza. Asante.
Yeah, amesema behind every successful woman behind every successful man there is a huyu woman ndio nataka kujua nani, ni mama yetu ama ni bibi zetu, kwa sababu mabibi wamejenga. Yeah. Okay, there's a point she has raised that number one, women are the best mobilizers, and also something came across my mind that in fact the bigger percentage of voters are women. Ama anadanganya? Lakini mbona wanawake hawapati nafasi? Ikiwa wamama ndio wanapiga, mbona wamama hawapati hizo nafasi? Food for thought. Tumalizie.
Women are naturally born leaders. They can take care of your children, they can take care of their husband, they can take care of their extended family. I think they have the power of multitasking. If they can take care of all that, why do you think they cannot lead politically? Why do you think they cannot lead traditionally or culturally, wherever? Mlikuwa mnasema women are enemy of their own. From today, you will not use that against us to make a child. This will yeah, to make a child. What we need is just support from the religious leaders. When male and female faith leaders support women, women leadership communities accept it more easily. So we only need a little support from you, and we can show you wonders. Thank you.
Mchangamkie makofi yake. Yeah, I'd like also to thank all of you for sikusikiliza tu, but for listening. I don't know, because I'm left with only 3 minutes, whether I'll be given time maybe from the audience. Ama tumalize time. Okay, we can one. Naona mkono hapa. Tuna discuss mtu. Okay.
Thank you. Penny Kandai from Kilifi. I want to write on what Mumina has said. I want to bring the women in Kilifi County, wale on ground. I want to bring them here in this room. Because when we had that program with CICC, we were able to reach out to the women, and we had about 3 groups in different sub-counties, and we had we were running a program. We had psychosocial support. We were offering psychosocial support, and the women. One woman came in the day one. He looked so old. She looked so old. And where we were meeting was you had to climb the stairs. After 2 weeks, she gave a testimony and she said, mnajua mimi siku ile ya kwanza nikija, nilikuwa siwezi kupanda mwenyewe ngazi, nilishikiliwa mkono, lakini nilipofika hapa, nikawasikiza hawa walimu wangu vile walitufundisha, na nikajikuta, kumbe mimi ninaweza. Kumbe mimi kuna kitu ndani yangu. What am I saying? Women have a lot of emotional issues. And so they need that space. In group counseling, we are able to help them listen to each other. Kila mmoja anapata nafasi ya kujieleza. And of course, we restricted them because these are closed group. So confidentiality is paramount. Now, mama walisaidika, it was a program that took 2 years. Today, wow, ndio sasa wanapiga hiyo debe. So what am I saying? I'm saying I was to say this recommendation that in this program that we are doing, can we also help the women in terms of educating them, social education, give them space to be able to just talk out their issues, and then as we educate them, they are able to. This mama, by the time the program was ending, she said she realized pale kwake nyumbani kumbe anaweza uza makaa, akaanza kuuza makaa. Haya, many women ni wale ambao watoto wao wameozwa mapema, kwa hivyo even 9 years, kwa sababu yule baba anataka mahari. So, but after going through those sessions, the women said, mimi sitawahi mtoto wangu waolewe mapema. Watoto wangu watashoma. I will take my children to school. Nitapata kama we educated, we told them kuna bursaries. Serikali inatoa bursaries. Sema baba amekataa kusomesha. Bursaries ziko. So, as we go to mashinani and we help these women, we empower them. They are able to arise and stand with one another. Thank you.
There is a saying, and women, I want you to hear me well, in support of our sister. Inshallah, when they'll come to Kilifi County, I'm so impressed with that program. There is a saying that goes, women glow differently when they're loved differently. And when these men, I'm not talking about love, but I'm just saying love in terms of, love is not love, we think love is support. So when these men can love women differently, we don't even need makeup shops.
Thank you. Milka Kamal. I have not introduced myself. So women are weak-based society, it is true, and sometimes they are taken advantage of. And as women, it is true, we release our stresses through talking. So what is the way forward? We have many male in the leadership, but few beside, I'll not say behind, I'll say beside a successful man, there is a woman. So why should we say beside? A successful woman. Oh, a successful woman. Yeah, sure. Thank you for that correction. Let me tell you, we have less women in leadership, but more in religious setup. Go to your religion, either temple, mosque, or in the church. How many men we have in relation to women? See, women are more. But why is it the vice versa when we come to the political one or to the social one? So this should tell us that when we play our part, our role as women, faith-free, let me tell you, we shall walk shoulders high. Remember, we need a woman to talk talk to a woman in order to release stress. Let's open the doors, let us go higher possible, and let's open our hands to our fellow women to show them or to give them our shoulders.
Control pastor kuongea ni kazi, sio? Wacha tumalizie na hapa. I think we'll have another meeting. Kulidadi.
Kenya nataka kuongezea kenye mamangu amesema. Don't judge a society by one person. Leaders wale wanawake ambao wametuangusha pale juu, peana another chance kwa wengine. Kwa sababu sisi mwanamke akifanya makosa, hatujaji kama community ya wanaume. Tunajaji yeye. Ndio kipeana more opportunity katika wale sokoni ya kukosa mwandazimu. So give so many women chances ndio pale katika wale ambao utapata wazuri. Another thing Kenya nataka kusema ni nataka kuongezea pale kwa kusema sisi as Kilifians wanasema big support, start with yourself, start with others, give us the chances na hiyo ya relationship ya kusema nini, usinijudge mimi as women, judge me as baby if I done something wrong.
Thank you. Aki najua nikipeana hapa itaenda huko. So I'd like kwanza my panels kwanza wamechoka hapa hivi, wamemwaga wisdom mingi sana, sio? Yeah, nataka kwanza tu appreciate wakichukua nafasi zao. Hapana, tunataka makofi kwa mpango. Okay, wacha tupate kutoka pale. Ule nilimnyima kuongea lakini wacha tu appreciate.
Tunaenda ku clap until they sit mpaka kila mtu mwenye amekaa kwa akae.
Okay, ni sawa.
Until they sit.
Sasa hiyo ilikuwa ni yao. Sasa kuna mimi moderator sasa. Hapa namna gani? Okay, tupate kutoka ili ya kutoka nyumbani. Haya.
Tunampea 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hapo si touch. Sasa tukubadilisha tupeni I'm touched. Lakini 1 2 3 I'm touched. 1 2 3 I'm touched. 1 2 3.
Taki kuongeza brightness ndani.
Thank you so much, Charo, and to the powerful panel of the women leaders. It was very informative to listen and to learn our counties and what still needs to be done. Asanteni sana. We are into the final segment of our program today, and we were supposed to have 3 theologians. We were supposed to have Reverend Kamau. We were supposed to have Sheikh Abwamza, who was Sheikh Abwamza. We also have our Hindu theologian, and also we have Father Botsa, who was also from the Catholic. These are work that has been done jointly by those 3 theologians. In the interest of time, we'll ask the leader of the team of theologians, Reverend Kamau, to come and share with us, and now to maybe
try to see, are there also narratives that promote exclusion of women from leadership and from religious institutions? Reverend Kamau, because of time, I'll give you, I don't know, 25 minutes with me. That's more than enough. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate Reverend Kamau.
Thank you so much. Habari zenu. Nataka tusimame kwanza dakika mbili, tusimame zote kwanza. Tumesimama. Haya, nataka tuandike jina women. Sawa. Women in capital. In capital letters. Sawa sawa. Na taanza na mkono. So the hand will be the pen, the book will be the air. Okay? Haya, tuandike women. Capital O. Capital M. Capital E. Capital N. Mkono wa kushoto. Mkono wa kushoto. Capital M. Capital W. Capital W. O. M. E. N. Full stop. Sika hapa sasa. Sasa tunaandika na nini? Tunaandika na waste. Waste ndio karabu, sawa sawa? Haya, kwenda pamoja. Capital W. Capital O. Capital M. Capital E. Capital N. Okay. I will be presenting on alternative peace building and preventing violent extremism. As Rolex has said, I'm Reverend John Kamau, and I'm working with OIC. I started as a program director, and later on I became a consultant theologian in the same organization. So we are going to look at some alternative narratives. There are some narratives in the Bible, because I will be talking about the Bible. There are some narratives that have been used by extremists. And I want to look at alternative narratives. Mtu akisema hii inafanya hii, na wewe unaweza kusema nini? Now, we want to start by looking at the concepts and definitions. And there are some concepts that have been used to fuel extremism, like crusade. Now, the term crusade was used to describe a series of medieval military expeditions which were made by Western Christians to reclaim the Holy Land, which is now Palestine, in the 11th to 13th century. It was also used to define a series of vigorous campaigns for political, social, and religious change. But biblically, the term crusade is used to describe a deliberate and organized outreach meeting for the spread of the gospel, which is characterized by spiritual warfare against Satan and his evil spirits, to reclaim many people back to God. The warfare is through preaching and prayer, but not physical. Kwa hivyo wale wanasema hata crusade ni vita, that is the meaning of the word crusade in the Bible. Another concept is extortion and apostasy. This is the practice of obtaining something, especially money, in favor through the use of force and threats. Now, the perpetrators of this cause fear through threats of spiritual death, that if their desires are not met, they make those people believe that they will die. And therefore, people give in for fear of death because they don't want to die. But biblically, the Bible is very clear on giving. and should be done willingly and cheerfully. The congregants should be taught about the principles of giving and let them do and give out of their conviction. Number 3, other terms that have been misused, concepts that have been misused is faith and belief. Faith is having hope in the unseen. Anybody without faith is considered ungodly. The aspect of faith and belief has been wrongly used to indoctrinate violent extremism, resulting to loss of wealth and life at the expense of meeting God. Some people are made to dispose all their material wealth because the world is coming to an end. Others are made to believe that if you fast to death, definitely you will see and meet God. But the fact is that faith is an important aspect of spirituality and should not be misused. Faith should follow the laws of science because God is a super scientist. For example, if God removes barrenness, the pregnancy should take the normal 9 months, but not 2 months. Faith is supposed to make us believe in what we can't see when its right time comes, naturally, and not by being forced, and must be based on the right and true interpretation of the scriptures. Then there is also men and women conflict. The Bible was written by others inspired by God. However, they were still influenced by their culture, in which women and children were given less consideration than men. Women's roles were restricted to the house and didn't have much to say in policy and decision making. That is why in many occasions, if you read the Bible, only men were counted while women and children present were not counted. For example, in the book of Exodus 12:37 to 40, this is where Moses met with 600 men, where they started their journey, going to the promised land. The Bible talks about men. It remains silence on the number of women and children. And if you read stories like Jesus feeding the 5,000 and the 4,000 in different canonical gospels, you realize the Bible talks about men, but there were women and children. So women were less considered. And I think they changed hands with just like material things. This sometimes is used by extremists as a strong ground to support gender imbalances and expounding the conflict between men and women as the original plan of God, saying that it is even recognized by the Bible. But the truth is that God loves both men and women with the same measure. The difference in the roles of women should not be interpreted to mean they are inferior in the eyes of God. Now, number 5, which is the last one, martyrdom. Martyrdom is linked to the concept of a hero. The actors define martyrdom as not just an act of self-sacrifice done for personal reasons, but also as the self-conscious creation of a model for future remembrance, inspiration, and emulation. That is why some people will say, I better die, but I die a hero. Now, let us look at these 4 the magic areas of violent extremism: political extremism, socio-economic extremism, religious extremism, and other forms of extremism. Political extremism. This is violent extremism driven by greed for power and political dominance. It is characterized by radicalism, terrorism, organized gangs by the opposition forces demanding and agitating for change, and also on the other side, goons organized by the state to help maintain the status quo. Now, what are some of the verses that are used by extremists? What are some of the narratives used by extremists to fuel their cause? In the book of Exodus 21 verse 24, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This has been misinterpreted to mean, this verse has been used to justify revenge and retaliation, leaving no room for forgiveness and reconciliation. But the correct interpretation is that Jesus corrected this in Matthew chapter 5, 38, 39. You have heard that it has been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you that you resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. The book of Psalms 137 verse 9. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rock. This is another verse that has been used by extremists. Misinterpretation. Perpetrators interpret this one as a vindictive and violent call for revenge and violence against children. The correct interpretation is that it was a lamentation expressing the depth of Israel's pain and loss in exile. Number 3, Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through the Christ who strengthens me. Misinterpretation. This verse is often taken out of context to imply that Christians can achieve anything they want through their own efforts and power. But the correct interpretation is that the original context suggests that Paul was affirming his ability to endure hardship and persecution through the power of Christ. Proverbs 29 verse 18, where there is no vision, people perish, but he that keepeth the law, happy is he. This has been misinterpreted by extremists. This verse is often misinterpreted to mean that individuals need to have a clear vision or personal dream in order to succeed in life. But the correct interpretation is, it suggests that it is the corporate vision and obedience to God's law that brings life and prosperity to a community. Now, those are the narratives that are used to fuel extremism. How can you counter those narratives if you ever meet with such? Now, in the book of 1 Peter 3:9 says, do not repay evil with evil or insult with insult. On the contrary, repay evil with a blessing, because to this you are called so that you may inherit a blessing. Isaiah 60 verse 18, no longer will violence be heard in your land, no ruin or destruction within your borders, but you will carry your wars, salvation, and your gates praise. Psalm 72 verse 14 says, he will rescue them from oppression and of violence, for precious is their blood in his sight. Matthew 5:8-9. You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye. That one I've talked about it. Then Matthew 26:52-54. Put your sword back in its place. Jesus said to him, for all who draw their sword will die by the sword. Do you think I cannot call on my Father, and he will at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels? But how then could the scripture be fulfilled that say it must happen in this way? So these are counter narratives. Isaiah 26 verse 3 says, you will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Lastly, 5:9, Matthew 5:9, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. So number 2, socioeconomic extremism. This is extremism which is instigated by broader social and economic factors that include ethnic polarization, gender inequalities, exploitation and high taxation, attempts to gain economic dominance, disputed control over land, lack of employment and economic opportunities, and the struggle to control resources, among other things. So what are the verses in the Bible that are used by extremists to fuel their course of action or to support extremism? In the book of Ephesians 5:22, it says, wives, submit to your husbands as to the Lord. So this has been misinterpreted because it's used to justify male dominance and female subordination in marriage. But the correct interpretation is that Paul instructs husbands to love their wives, just as Christ loved the church. Submission is meant to be an act of mutual respect, love, not a one-sided power dynamic. From Proverbs 13:24, this one all of you know about it. Spare the rod and spoil the child. This has been misinterpreted to advocate for strict discipline and physical punishment of children. But the correct interpretation is the passage speaks about the importance of instilling discipline to children and correcting them with the love and gentleness, but not necessarily through physical harm. 1 Timothy 6:10, for the love of money is the root of all evil. Misinterpretation. This passage has been used to demonize wealth and material possession, whereas the correct interpretation is it speaks about the dangers of greed. Wealth is not evil, but our attitude towards it. Exodus 22:18, suffer not a witch to live. Misinterpretation, it is used to justify the persecution and execution or killing of those accused of witchcraft. But the correct interpretation here is that the passage refers to an incident to ancient laws in Israel and is not meant to be applied today. Jesus' teachings on love and forgiveness contradicts this interpretation. Finally, Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. So misinterpretation, the verse is often taken out of context to imply that God promises prosperity and success to every individual. Therefore, if you are poor, then you know that someone is holding your wealth. But the correct interpretation is that the original context was a message of hope and restoration to a community in exile. How can you counter those extreme narratives? Number one, I have talked about it, 1 Peter 3:9, do not pay evil for evil. Number two, 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 3, not given to drunkenness, not violent but gentle, not quarrelsome, not a lover of money. Proverbs 3:29, do not plot harm against your neighbor who lives trustfully near you. Proverbs 3:1, do not envy the violent or choose any of their ways. Psalms 11 verse 5, the Lord examines the righteous, but the wicked, those who love violence, he hates with passion. Psalm 72 verse 14, he will rescue them from oppression and violence, for precious is their light in his sight. And lastly, Titus chapter 3 verse 2, to slander no one, to be peaceable and considerate, and always to be gentle towards everyone. Continuation. Matthew 5:38, I've talked about an eye for an eye. Matthew chapter 7, this is number 9, verse 1 to 2. Do not judge, or you too will be judged. For the same way you judge others, you will also be judged. And with the same measure you use, it will be measured to you. Number 10, Isaiah 26, verse 3. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Psalms 34, verse 14. Turn from evil and do good, seek peace and pursue it. Matthew 5:9, I've talked about it. Blessed are the peacemakers. Romans 14, verse 19. Let us therefore make every effort to do what leads to peace and to mutual edification. Theme 3, religious extremism. Religious extremism is the violence and terrorist attacks by people or groups claiming to be inspired by God, including Christians involved in abortion clinic, clinic bombings, Catholic and Protestants involved in terrorism in Northern Ireland, Jews who supported the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin. The perpetrators of religiously justified terrorism and other forms of violence conceptualize violence as symbolic rather than strategic, striking out against the humiliating forces of modernity, and consider themselves as heroes and agents of change in the eyes of God. Their inspiration is characterized by misinterpreted scriptures, extortions, gender inequalities, and the gospel of prosperity, viewing poverty as a curse for not tithing, among others. What are the narratives that are used by religious extremism? Again, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This verse has been used to justify violence, revenge, and retaliation, leaving no room for forgiveness and reconciliation. But it is meant to limit retaliation and promote justice with an overall message of forgiveness and love found throughout the Bible. It is a call to non-violent resistance and refusing to retaliate in kind. Ephesians 5:22, wives, submit to your husbands as the Lord. Misinterpretation, justifying male dominance and female subordination in marriage. But Paul instructs husbands to love their wives, just as Christ loved the church. Submission is meant to be an act of mutual respect and love. Proverbs 13:24, spare the Lord and spoil the child. Used to advocate for strict discipline, I've talked about that, but the passage 6 speaks about the importance of instilling discipline to children and correcting them with love and gentleness, but not necessarily through physical harm. Matthew 7 again, verse 1, judge not lest you be judged, used to advocate for a non-judgmental attitude towards others. So even where you have committed a crime, nobody should judge you. But the correct interpretation, Jesus is cautioning against hypocritical judgment and encouraging us to follow the approach of love and humility while seeking for discernment and accountability. Matthew 5, verse 44, love your enemies. Misinterpretation, using the passage to make people passively accept condoning harmful behavior, abuse, and violence from others. But the correct interpretation, the passage challenges us to love our enemies and pray for those persecuting us. Jesus teaches about the transformative power of love and forgiveness. Jeremiah 29, verse 11, for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, but plans to give you hope and future. Misinterpretation, the verse is often taken out of context to imply that God promises prosperity and success to every individual, and therefore there shouldn't be any person who is poor. Correct interpretation, the original context was a message of hope and restoration to a community in exile. Philippians 4:3, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. I've also talked about that. Proverbs 29:18, where there is no vision, I've also talked about that. How can you counter those narratives? If someone came with extremist narratives as a Christian or as a religious person, how can you counter those narratives? Do not repay evil with evil or insult with insult. I've already talked about that. 1 Timothy 3:3, not given to drunkenness, not violent but gentle, not quarrelsome, not a lover of money. Isaiah 60 verse 18. No longer will violence be heard in your land, nor ruin or destruction within your borders, but you will call your walls salvation and your gates praise. Proverbs 3:29, do not plot harm against your neighbor who lives trustfully near you. Proverbs 3:31, do not envy the violent or choose any of their ways. Psalms 11 verse 5, the Lord examines the righteous, but the wicked, those who love violence, he hates them with passion. Titus 3:2, to slander no one, to be peaceful and considerate, and always to be gentle towards everyone. Matthew 5:38, an eye for an eye is coming very many times. Matthew 7, do not judge, again. Number 10, Isaiah 26, you will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast because they trust in you. Psalms 34:14, turn from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. Matthew 5:9, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Romans 14:19, let us therefore make every effort to do what leads to peace and to mutual edification. Lastly, Philippians 4:7, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. There are other forms of extremism. This form of violence includes both print and audio-visual media, online radicalism, and cyber crimes spreading tribalism and hatred. Due to its nature of dissemination, this type of extremism can reach very many actors within a very short time. Once radicalized, the perpetrators can organize themselves overnight in a massive way, and their violence can result to immense destruction of property and life. What are the extreme narratives which are used to fuel this? John 8:32, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. So the misinterpretation here, the thinking that people do not know the truth and that everything spread through the media is the naked truth to set them free. The correct interpretation, truth should be regarded as following certain facts that can be refuted. Exodus 22:18, suffer not a witch to live. If you get a witch, you should kill. Misinterpretation is used to justify the persecution and execution of those accused in witchcraft and other forms of injustices. The correct interpretation, the passage refers to ancient laws in Israel and is not meant to be applied today. Again, like I said, Jesus' teachings on love and forgiveness contradict this interpretation. Matthew 5:4, love your enemies, I've talked about that. Jeremiah 29, for I know the plans I have for you, I've talked about that. So how can you counter those narratives? Number one, Proverbs 3:29, do not plot harm against your neighbor who lives trustfully near you. Psalms 11:5, the Lord examines the righteous, but the wicked, those who love violence, he hates with passion. Psalms 34:14, turn from evil and do good, seek peace and pursue it. Proverbs 3:31, do not envy the violent or choose any of their ways. Matthew 5:9, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. Romans 14:19, let us therefore make every effort to do what leads to peace and mutual edification. 1 Peter 3:9, do not repay evil with evil or insult with insult. I've talked about that. Philippians 4:7, and the peace of God which transcends all understanding will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Thank you so much. That is the end of the presentation.
Natunda Maua, we borrow from our campus family. We say, Tutunde, Mom Browning, Mom Guinea, Mom Orange, Mom Yellow, Mom Purple, Mom Blue. Nakupeleke the way napeleka. Mom Blue, Mom Purple, Mom Orange, Mom White, Unenge,
Where is Mwamba? I can't see Mwamba. Give us the next direction. Okay. People are asking how you can get that. I think because it's already with the secretariat, they can send it to you.
Yeah, actually, because all the teachers that we have received.
Yes. Yeah. That is possible. I think every person should get a copy of that because you are expected when you get back there, you have a way of counteracting the extreme narratives. Good.
Thank you so much, Reverend.
So on getting the narratives, we have your email addresses. We will share via the emails. Is that okay? Yeah, so any feedback? Sorry? Oh, presentation ya asubuhi. Zote. Okay, we will share via the email address. Sawa. So any other feedback on AOB? We start from this side. See, you have some. No, me, I appreciate it. It has been a nice day to me. And nimesoma mengi. I'm empowered to some extent. And I hope God will help us to continue in His work. Thank you. This side.
Sawa, tunashukuru kwa kufika, tunashukuru mtafiti, tunashukuru Women of Faith kwa kufika hapa na kunetwork na kila mtu. Switch off. Shukuru hajaongea. I just wanted to add on narrative. In Islam also, we believe there's some narrative like if you go and bomb Muslims or those who are against the Islamic religion, you die as a mother. You die like a hero. So there are some myths. This about the FGM here. FGM is so for that, it's not there in the Quran. So hata kuna hiyo narrative. So narrative here, unaangalia vizuri. Thank you.
With me, I just want to appreciate the IRCK and all the members. It was a good day to me. I learned a lot, and I encourage women in the house. Let us focus, and let us be our leaders from our home to our churches, mosques, and to parliament also.
Someone once said, good questions informs and great questions transforms. Who is this woman and what can she do? And the spaces that she can create. When we ask ourselves that, we can really transform the community, just as the ladies in Namibia. In Namibia, the only country in the world that has 3 women, very powerful women. The president is a woman, the vice president is a woman. And the speaker of the National Assembly in Namibia is also a woman. Women, we have the power to do it. We are the powerhouse. And if we see what happened in Rwanda, I like to use that example because it is the women and the youth who came together and stopped the genocide that was going on in Rwanda. So women, what I wanted to tell us, let us be a solid structure like ice. When we crystallize together. Thank you.
Sana. Asema sina la ziada ila kutoa shukrani za dhati kuu kwa ndugu zetu IRCK kwanza, na pili kwa kina mama wote waliokusanyika hapa na kina baba tutawakosa kuwataja.
kutoka nyanja mbalimbali. Kama alivyotuambia dada yetu hapa, kina mama tukikusanyika, zile sijui zinaitwaje Kiswahili, crunches tutazitupa chini. Personally, I feel so uplifted spiritually, and I think development starts when we are stable psychologically. That's why I say we grow differently when we are loved differently. So this kind of support, I'm sure if you continue like this, what can I say? Break the glass ceiling. We can do quite a lot, exemplary well and excellently well together. Kwa hivyo nimefurahi sana 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 sana. Hii ni kama mtu kama harusi, yaani kule pwani tunapenda harusi. Lakini sasa tukikutana kama hapa tukicheka cheka, unajua hivyo. Sasa tuko kwenye watoto, tukikutana kama hapa hivi tutazungumza tucheka cheka. Huu mwaka tunafunga vizuri kabisa. Shukrani sana.
Asante sana. So I also take this opportunity to reach out to all women of faith, including those of us who are here, and we be good ambassadors to those of us who are away by taking home this message. It is our responsibility to dissuade the young population, that is the youth, from being manipulated by our politicians, especially in such a time where we are approaching the electioneering period. Our youths have been used in the past to deprive us of peace. Most of the incidences leading to violence in our society, we've had people using our youths for their self-interest. It is high time that we, as the women of faith, we dissuade our youths from engaging in such acts of crime, in such acts that deprive us peaceful coexistence in our society. Above all, I love the presentation that was given in the morning by Cyprian. It's quite unfortunate that it's gone. But there is a contribution I wanted to make in regards to how do we probably promote safe rides on the road now that we've had a lot of cases of accidents happening every day. He wanted something extraordinary. And I thought this remains my idea. For the first time, I think it is high time the passengers, looks like we are having different meetings, but the passengers, it's high time when you see the traffic police take bribes from the drivers, you need to speak out. How best we are going to do it and report this without anybody getting abducted or punished adversely is what I don't know. But I really think it is something extraordinary. When we come out, you see a traffic police or traffic officer taking bribes from that car driver or whoever is having excess passengers in the vehicle, you report and then we get them charged before a court of law. Then another thing, we talk of different faith communities. We are different religious coordinating bodies here. I want to relate these to probably what can be used to strengthen the fight against tribalism in our nation. When we talk of factors that deprive us peace, we are here talking of peacemaking, but are we really addressing those things that take away that peace from us? In Kenya, he spoke of corruption. That is Cyprian. He spoke of tribalism. Today, I'm Brenda, and everywhere, even my certificate, I'm a Kini Brenda because I'm a proud Luo. That is who I am. I remain one. But then, it becomes quite challenging if, for instance, my friend here would find it very difficult relating with me because I am a Luo. But you see, in such a sitting, we can come together and fight tribalism jointly, such that you, the Wanjiku somewhere easily find an opportunity, employment opportunity elsewhere, not necessarily within central Kenya. So as we speak about peacemaking, let us also speak about fighting corruption and also tribalism in our nation. We need to address these two key issues because they are cancers that are eating our nation. Thank you. That's all.
Nashukuru kwa kupatana kwanza na nyinyi wote. Tumesoma mengi, tumesikia mengi, na ile kitu ningependa kusema, wanawake tunaweza, ndio maana tuko hapa. Hapo kitambo tulikuwa tunaambiwa wanawake kazi yetu ni kuchunga watoto na kupika, lakini alhamdulillah pale tumefika, tuko mbali na tutazidi kuwa mbali. Kwa ile message bado tutaenda nayo kutoka hapa ni wanawake tunaweza, na wanawake hatuna ukabila. That's why mwanamke anaolewa kila mahali. Kila mahali unapata mwanamke ameolewa China, ameolewa Kisumu, ameolewa Nyeri, ameolewa Kilifi. Mwanamke hana kabila. Sasa tuko hapa, wanawake tunaweza, na tukichukua hiyo uongozi, I think itaenda vizuri. Mimi hupenda kuambia watu, tukiangalia pande hata ya vifo ama harusi, hebu angalieni wale watu wako hapo wengi ni wanawake. Kwa nini? Huyu mwanamke ndio amezaa, yeye ndio anajua uchungu, ndio anasimamia hizo vitu zote. Tunasema hata tungekuwa tunapewa nafasi ati mwanamke ndio anabeba jeneza, anapeleka kwa shimo, I think hakungekuwa na shida yoyote kwa hii dunia. So wanawake, vile tulikuwa tunasema ati sisi ndio adui wa mwanamke mwingine, I think siku hizi sio hivyo. Tunasimama na vile dunia iko, na tuko tayari pia katika hizo uongozi. Inshallah Mwenyezi Mungu akitufikisha tutapata hizo numbers tunataka. Asanteni sana.
Na wasalimu tena jioni. Hamjambo. I really thank God for the opportunity that He granted all of us to be here as people of faith, and especially women of faith. And there was something that was said in the morning, and I noted it down, that the world is shaped by narratives. Very intriguing statement. And guess who are the narrative shapers? Women. Amazing. So if we see trouble in Kenya, we need to ask people, who are their mothers? Because somebody somewhere shaped a narrative and somebody believed it enough to cause whatever trouble we may be referring to. When I was in campus, I interacted in a conversation where two warring tribes, they are forever warring. Because you've heard of cattle rustling, isn't it? Yes. Na kila mwaka ni kama we have a date with destiny, ya kwamba lazima hii tribe itaiba ng'ombe za wale, alafu wale wataiba ng'ombe za. And these two ladies were sitting together, and so we got into a conversation. And I actually asked them, nyinyi mnacheka hapa, lakini kila mwaka lazima muwe kwa news zetu ya kwamba mmeibiana ng'ombe. Mama moja akacheka akaniambia, wacha nikwambie, ni hivi. Tangu nikiwa mtoto, mama aliniambia ng'ombe zote ni zetu. Hivi ukimwona mwingine na ng'ombe, ameiba. Sasa niambie, hiyo narrative hiyo. No wonder mwaka nenda mwaka rudi, wa mama ambao walifundisha watoto wao ya kwamba ng'ombe zote ni zetu, akiniona hata mimi na ng'ombe, nimeiba, mimi ni mwizi, na nafaa kufanya nini na wezi? Hai, wa mama, if The world is shaped by narratives. The shapers of those narratives are here. May God help us to shape the proper narratives that will protect lives, protect property, and for the posterity of our nation. God bless us.
Thank you so much. I will now invite Father to say something and also to close for us with our
God is good and all the time. Allow me to say something about, the last presentation. I wanted to contribute on the same. And actually, the presenter talked about misinterpretation of our scriptures. And I want to echo what he said, that because of misinterpretation of our scriptures across the board, the different religious institutions, faiths that we have, we keep fighting among ourselves within the group, the religious group, and even with our other religious groups. So I believe this is something that we need to work on. And even as we say that, as we believe that every one of us has knowledge and has understanding about the scriptures, I want to believe that our religions have controls, have measures, such that interpretation has, regulations. So let us please be careful with the interpretations that we do, and let us be guided, because every other church, every other religion has leadership, has guidance, and it will be good, so that we don't keep dividing ourselves and fighting among ourselves. That will not help us. And then number two, I have been asked to do a prayer as we wind up this program today. And I will ask you to stand, all of us will stand, so that we pray. At least my brother here has come, and the other leadership here, you might be wondering where they went. They are still with us, and then something about the office, and you also saw we had some visitors. They had to step out a bit to go and attend to them. It is also in line with what we are doing, so excuse them and don't think they left us alone. So let us pray. Thank you, Lord, our Creator, who brought us to this function today. You blessed us all the way from our homes, from our places, gave us your journey mercies, and brought us here safely. Time has come that we would be traveling back to our places. We ask you to accompany us and help us to reach our places safely. We thank you for the organizers of the program that we have had today. And we thank you for every facilitator who shared their knowledge and whatever observations with us. We feel encouraged, we feel blessed, we feel that we have been enriched. Help us now be ready to put into practice what we have learned, and to be able also to continue sharing with other members of our religious groupings. Dear Lord, we ask you that you may bless our women and help them in the whole area of participation in leadership. And may the men be cooperative enough and supportive. It is not competition, but we want to collaborate and together to do the best that you created for all of us. We pray also against violence, that Lord, we may not encourage any kind of violence, but we may be ready to fight and to change, the narratives that bring whatever violence, so that we can live without violence. We ask you, Lord, that you may continue blessing the Religious Council of Kenya and all its tender cause. And we ask all this through our mighty Savior and the Lord. Amen. Thank you, and I wish you nice safaris.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.